our best, actually, Sharia supervisor who is working at Karafarin Bank. It is a private bank. Actually, I don't have much time to tell you more. I will do it in the panel. The last thing I want to present is that actually in the previous year, pivotal change had happened in the Iranian banking system. It is actually a drastic change. The new Central Bank Act of Iran has been passed in the parliament, and inshallah I will talk about this new law as keynote speaker at the main Marco. I believe that with this new law, which is passed recently and it is implemented from the beginning of 2024, again, we are going to a new steady state, actually, in the central banking system of Iran. And it is the newest, actually, change in the system. To put all of what I said in a nutshell, actually, the Iranian banking system is different from other countries, and we actually are in a situation to conduct it in a nationwide system. I believe after the fatwa of the court of Pakistan, inshallah, in future, the Pakistan will go in the same way. So it is very good to, for the two countries to come up with comparison of similarities and dissimilarities, and we can learn from the Central Bank of Pakistan experience and upside down. It means that the Pakistan system can learn from our 4-decade experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Abdul Ibrahim to come and present his paper on Navigating Fiscal and Monetary Policies, Uncertainties on Nigerian Economy.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Abdul Ibrahim from Nasarawa State University, Kefi, Nigeria. So I'm presenting my presentation is on navigating fiscal and monetary policies uncertainties on Nigerian economy. Now the question is FGN's Cook an alternative and sustainable financing option on infrastructures in Nigeria? Please, permit me to use this because I have something to actually demonstrate. Now, to answer this question, we actually look at the implementation period of SCOOC. It might interest you to know that SCOOC, FGN SCOOC in Nigeria, also one of the instruments of Islamic economy, which is SCOOC, was implemented or experimented in Nigeria in year 2017. It was implemented in 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. So we scope within the range of these periods, we look at the data, and then we actually, please, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Fiscal and monetary policies uncertainties impacted on infrastructural development and management. Okay, great. And management. These uncertainties arise from various factors, including economic fluctuations, policy changes, external shocks, such as climate change and pandemic. Effective long-term planning for infrastructure system must account for these uncertainties so as to ensure adaptability and resilience. Now, the federal government of Nigeria has taken out loans from wide range of domestic market, using wide range of debt instruments such as FGN SCOOC, FGN Green Bond, FGN Savings Bond. This instrument, along with traditional FGN bond, became the country's primary means of borrowing from within, with a total of about 10 billion, 10 point something billion, 10 billion, with over 10 billion. FGN bond accounted for 75% of the total FGN bond. Billion naira. Domestic borrowing by the Nigerian government in fiscal year 2019, according to Raymond et al. 2022. As a result of these limitations of this financial instrument, numerous countries have actually resorted to expansion of their financial inclusion and sustainability. Okay. Now, it is on this basis that this study seeks to navigate whether SCOOP is an alternative and sustainable financing option for infrastructural projects in Nigeria. Now, literature review. Within the available literature, some academic studies on domestic financial market recognize SCOOP as a feasible and sustainable funding method for infrastructural development. Okay. Considerable research have focused on notion of green SCOOP in the work of Duku 2023, Jejan, Razi 2022, and so on and so forth. Now, nevertheless, there is a lack of extensive research that have thoroughly investigated FGN SCOOP as a possible alternative funding mechanism for infrastructure in Nigeria. Furthermore, this study stands out to be the first to thoroughly examine the planned implementation of FGN SCOOP within the period 2017-18, 2020, 2022, and 2023, using trend analysis and Python programming tools. Methodology. Using secondary data, this study investigated the feasibility of FGN SCOOP as a long-term funding to review of existing literatures and relevant publications were carried out in order to carry out this study. Data was sourced from Nigerian debt span of 6 years implementation of SCOOP for the development of infrastructure in Nigeria as compared with other conventional financial instruments. This allows for an intensive evaluation of SCOOP as an alternative and sustainable financing option. Descriptive statistics such as trend, and graphs were used. Okay. Now the result. Now, as you can see, I actually use FGN SCOOP with 3 other conventional financial instruments: federal government, government bond, external debt, and treasury bills. Now, the results indicate that government bond shows significant upward trend, as with a steep increase in 2023. This sharp rise may indicate a strategic shift toward government bond for financing to economy that necessitate increased borrowing. This substantial increase also suggests an increase in government borrowing cost, which could be due to a variety of economic factors such as inflationary pressure, fiscal expansion. While this is in year 2023, this is year 2023. You can see the upward trend from 2023 is rising. So this is as a result of, you can see, that has actually mounted a lot of pressure on inflation, fiscal expansion, monetary policy adjustment. Now, multilateral debts. Multilateral debt exhibits steady growth over the period, with market increase from 2023 onward. This rise in 2020 could be linked to the global economic impact on COVID-19 pandemic, where many countries, including Nigeria, sought out financial assistance from international organizations, continue growth in multilateral debt might imply dependency on international lending institutions or funding from multilateral organizations. All right. My conclusion is this: government bond and multilateral debt, government bond and multilateral debt have been the primary sources of government financing over the period, with substantial increase in recent years, especially 2023. Government preference for government a strategy to fund long-term projects or manage budget deficit through both domestic and international borrowing. This trend could have implications for the country's debt sustainability and interest rate environment. The heavy increase in debt level, particularly through government bond, external debt, could put upward pressure on the future debt servicing cost. This increase may also prompt policymakers to evaluate the balance between various debt instruments potentially for liquidity management, while schools remain smaller specialized financing option, as it can be seen in the graph. There is a steady, and it remains small, but there is a consistency. The sustainability remains. The subscription of FGM bond, FGM school, remain the same all through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for truly engaging and informative presentation. Now I would like to call Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen to deliver his paper on Bay al-Salam as Alternative to Agriculture Subsidies, a conceptual paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam shafan bi musalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Azrin. So first of all, thank you for Minhaj Committee, especially for organizing this event and accepting the paper. So basically this paper is on Salam as an alternative to agriculture subsidies, and we are looking as a country which is non-agri-based. So the motivation behind this is we are looking at the increasing government subsidies, especially for agriculture. It's basically looking for paddy farming, which is one of the concerns, especially since COVID-19, when Brunei faces the food security. We imported most of the basic food items from other countries. However, during COVID-19, we faced the difficulties that most of the exporting countries says that they will not be able to do so, because they also need to ensure that food security is contained in the respective countries. And this brings the government to say that we should go through and achieve self-sufficiency if we can, but if not, reduce dependency on import, especially for basic goods such as paddy and rice. So this study then look at what actually happens from then, and from then on people do take agriculture, but with this increase in agricultural activities, the government also have increase in spending, especially subsidizing all of these new farmers, upcoming farmers. And with this increase in subsidies, we try to look at whether there are some other alternative rather than just relying to government subsidies. And we look at Salam financing as one of the potential funding instruments which can actually fund paddy farming in Brunei Darussalam. So we wanted to look at what are the current available resources on Salam agricultural financing, especially in the modern context. And we also look at agricultural subsidies and how it does reflect, or how is it similar to Salam financing or not. And at the end, we try to see what is the viability of Salam in alternative funding to the subsidies the government is giving. So when we look at literatures, initially we do the systemic literature review to look at the trend on Salam financing from 2000 until 2023, and that is a different paper. But in this paper, we look at several important literatures. One is on modern banking and Islamic institution. They are more conversed in dealing money. When we talk about Salam, we are looking at the commodities as part of the transaction. And when we look at the banking industry, handling commodities, storing, finding buyers, matching customers, this is not easily done. So this is a challenge for the industry. Also, if you look at this money, he explained that financiers can earn profit through parallel Salam, but bank will have to ensure that they can actually manage parallel Salam efficiently. And the last bit is looking at Muniz et al. So she mentioned that if we were to consider financing, Islamic financing, we have to make sure that we follow the legal maxim of al-ghunm bil-ghurm, which means that we should see gains. And this underlines the prospect, if you are exploring Salam, we have to embrace the respective risk. And this paper is an extension from the systemic literature review that has been made. And we put and utilizes narrative reviews method. And from selected different literatures, we integrate the respective findings. And this is mostly papers from Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan, and also one from Vietnam. And we look at all of those papers, the respective findings, the respective methods that they did, and try to assess, synthesize all of these literatures and the respective findings that they have. And from the result, we can see that there is a gap, especially on the understanding of Salam. Most of the people, stakeholders involved in Salam, sees that Salam financing is actually a kind of loan. So in their mind, they have to pay the respective monthly installment. They are expecting payments directly to certain stated periods as from the supply side, from the bank side. And this again mimics the views that Salam is considered as a loan or financing rather than a mechanism of sale and buy. So when we look at this and see what are the respective findings, which is found by the respective articles, they say that when we look at Salam, banking industry do not prefer Salam because of the risk associated with this. But this do create an opportunity of crowdfunding. It means that if we do not want to go for formal institution like banking, we can actually create this through other alternative, either through crowdfunding or fintech application. This can actually be helpful in accepting Salam as part of funding options. Secondly, we look at the Salam beneficiary, which is the farmers. If they use Salam as compared to subsidies, subsidies means that you have to get the actual respective supply from the government. This includes seedlings, fertilizers. But if we look at Salam, the farmers are actually free and independent to go and take the resources from the respective available avenues. So they are not bound to one suppliers. And this can make them more competitive in ensuring that they can deliver the respective crop of certain quality. In addition to that, we also look at the opportunities of planning and less restriction if we are looking at Salam, because they do not have to abide with the government checks any time. They have to be on their own, independent, to make sure that they can deliver what they have promised. In the subsidy region or subsidy environment, the government are looking more into what they are doing, how they are doing, and ensuring that they are doing well at the particular time. And at the end, we're also looking at market efficiency. So we want to see that if we are looking at the result from other countries, they say that there are less government intervention because this is not a subsidy. And from the study itself, we look at there is potential, there is opportunity for innovation in using Salam as part of agricultural financing. and it can effectively reduce government subsidies and also try to make the respective market for paddy and also rice more efficient. And the important thing is in order for us to actually start this, we have to make sure that people understanding, awareness on what salam is and how it works, that needs to be addressed first. If this is not taken care of, we see that basically there are also an empirical study on this. So we see that there are some fear of the users of this financing or salam potentially, that they might not be able to deliver. So they still feel that if this is a kind of loan, they might not be able to do so, they might be given penalties. And the last bit is on the recommendation itself. So when we look at this, it means that there are potential on having this, but what we recommend from the study is actually to go through another empirical study, especially in the context of Brunei, to see how salam is, what is the reception, what is the respective acceptance for this application if it was to be in Brunei. So inshallah we'll be doing the empirical study, and I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your presentation was truly thought-provoking and well-rounded. Now I would request to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti Saab to deliver his paper on the performance evaluation of Islamic and conventional funds, evidence from Saudi Arabia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Namaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulil kareem. This paper is derived from one of my PhD students. She belongs to Professor Tosif's country, Saudi Arabia. Yes. Is it okay, sir? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. As you can see, the performance is a mutual fund, comparative analysis from Malaysia and Saudi Arabia. But today, due to the time constraint, we'll concentrate only on Saudi Arabia. Mutual fund, as you all know, and particularly for students, it's a fund collected from various sources to form one fund. Mutual fund is a big fund. It's $1 trillion fund. Most of the industry experts and academics are interested into is to see its performance. And then when they see its performance, if the market return on that mutual fund performance is on the average, then the brokers like to invest in such a mutual fund which gives you higher portfolio return as compared to the market return. Okay, so that's why mutual fund is very interested nowadays, and our objective in this paper is to compare whether Islamic mutual fund perform better than or equal to the conventional mutual fund. So what we did, if we can look into this data set, you can see how mutual fund industry is growing exponentially. We use positive exponential probability distribution to capture this phenomenon. When we couple, me and one of my former student, Robin Liu, we use Kapula approach to capture this positive exponential distribution to couple to Kapula approach. We realize it's exponentially increasing with a high speed, and there's a new demand to invest into ethical mutual fund. Mutual fund, ethical mutual fund, and then Islamic mutual fund. Islamic mutual fund is the subset of an ethical fund. An ethical fund is a subset of mutual fund industry. So you can see, so our interest was to understand what's happening in mutual fund industry. We concentrated into Islamic mutual fund, and you can see Islamic mutual fund in blue color is dominated by, can you read that? By Malaysian industry, and they are structuring. We collected the data set from mutual fund industry from Malaysia in this thesis and from Saudi Arabia in this thesis, and we compared the pattern. We found that Saudi mutual fund is older than the Malaysian mutual fund. But unfortunately, due to fund expertise of the brokers and the investors were not up to the standard as the Malaysian mutual fund managers were. Malaysian Islamic mutual fund and conventional mutual fund was time expert. They know what time to invest, where to invest. We call them an active investors. In Saudi mutual fund, they were the passive investors. They were a bit lousy. Okay? They were not looking into the time expertise. Okay? So there was a huge literature in this area to understand this pattern. So you can see here GCC countries 2020 data set. You can see various, and you can see how it's rising, and then Saudi fund start falling down. Here is the GCC market value traded US dollar billion pattern up to 2020. And she's still working on it, and it can be incorporated the latest data set. Now, this is a very nice comparison. The ratio of NAV for the Islamic mutual fund and the conventional mutual fund. Or say basic analysis, what's happening into both markets. We haven't used any Kaput or EVT, extreme value distribution, or other models. So between crisis times, Asian financial crisis, global financial crisis, and pandemic. See, we study the risk, we study the expected return on Islamic mutual fund, and we realize the volatility in the conventional mutual fund is higher. It means it is subject to high risk. Similarly, further we realize the average Islamic mutual fund and conventional mutual fund, we look into monthly, daily, yearly return. Look into deeper. I call them in return. So it's better for the investor to invest a stable, safe, less risky mutual fund industry overall. But when you compare Islamic versus conventional, Islamic mutual fund perform partially a little bit better than the conventional during the time of the crisis. The main reason was the conventional mutual fund industry or conventional banking and finance industry was supported. The main reason was the conventional mutual fund industry or conventional banking and finance industry was supported by the central banks, whereas Islamic financial industry, wherever you invest, try to invest during crisis time in Islamic mutual fund to get higher return than the market return with a lesser risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for presenting your valuable research. Now I would like to request our technical team to play the recorded presentation by Mr. Zain Razak on the topic An Analytical Study of Islamic Revolutionary Case Against Capitalism in Pakistan.
I am a PhD student at the Department of Islamic Studies, Higher University of Islam. The topic of my paper is an analytical study of the Islamic revolutionary case against capitalism. This paper consists on two different sections. The first section of which deals with the Islamic revolutionary understanding or conception of the Islam as well as capitalism. The second section of this paper, Islamic revolutionary critique. The fundamental purpose of this study is to understand the case against the capital. The methodology of this paper is qualitative. In this study, I prioritize the primary sources, while also use the secondary sources when needed. I took a lot of data from the different books, research papers, online resources, in order to in-depth study the Islamic revolutionary response to capitalism. Okay, so first of all, what is the Islamic revolutionary approach? Actually, two different methodologies or approaches are used to address the weaknesses of the system. The first one approach is a reform approach or reform methodology, and second one is a revolutionary methodology or revolutionary approach. Reform methodology actually works within the system in order to bring positive reforms with the expectation that the system will eventually improve. While on the other hand, the Islamic revolutionary approach is not willing to work within the system. This approach actually wants to overthrow the entire system and want to replace it with the new one. This is called the Islamic revolutionary approach. Okay, the first section of my paper consists on, as I mentioned earlier, that Islamic revolutionary conception of Islam and capitalism. So first of all, what is the Islamic revolutionary conception of Islam? According to the Islamic revolutionary, Islam is a complete and closed system of life. In this definition, I highlighted three different terminologies, which is crucial to understand the Islamic conception of Islamic revolutionary conception of Islam. So the first one is a system, really organized body in which all elements are ordered. So Islam, in this sense, is a system in which all components are systematically interconnected and interrelated with each other. But Islam is not just a system, but Islam is that provides the guidance for every aspect of human life. So according to the Islamic revolutionary, Islam is not just a complete system, but also a closed system. The self-sufficient system. In this sense, Islam is a self-sufficient system, leaving no room for any external addition or influence from the outside, or subtraction from its framework. So on the other hand, the capitalism, according to the Islamic revolutionary system, is not just an economic system, but a complete and closed system, just like Islam. So the significant feature of the both are actually both are the complete and closed system, and the relation between the both systems are competitive. The competitive means every system want to establish or dominance in this world. But there is a clash, clearly a clash, and a fundamental clash, an opposition between the both systems, which I will highlight in the next section. Second section of my paper is the Islamic revolutionary case against capitalism. In this section, I will the situation of clash. But due to the lack of time, I just mentioned only three cases. First one is the core value of capitalism is freedom. So according to the capitalism, freedom is a value. It is a right to do what one pleases as long as this does not interfere with the right of the other members of the solution in this regard is actually this capitalistic concept of freedom is directly opposite to the Islamic concept of worship. Because according to the Islamic revolution, in Islam, Muslims are expected to do what God wills, not what their own desire. In the second case, capitalism recognizes the scarcity of the resources as the most important obstacle to become free. For example, if I want to fly in the air, I need an aircraft. And for the aircraft, I need much resource like aircraft. So there is a necessary link between the freedom and resource or capital. So if I want to enhance my freedom, I need to accumulate more capital or more resources. So the capitalism claims that it provides a platform where everyone can enhance its resources. So the Islamic revolution is against this particular feature of the capitalism is that if you dedicate yourself to accumulate more capital and more capital, then two cardinal forces will automatically raise in yourself. The first one is hirs and other one is hasad. And everyone know, we are Muslim and we know that these both forces are evils, are strictly prohibited in the Islam. So this feature of the capitalism is also a complete opposite to the Islam. So in the third case, in the capitalist society, everyone relate each other to primarily fulfill their own interest, own self-interest. So what is the interest? The interest is enhancing the resource. So everyone in the capitalist society relate with each other in order to enhance or accumulate much and much resources. So according to the revolutionary, if you build your society in this principle, so the society will become a selfish society. But in contrast, the Islamic society, in the Islamic society, relationships are grounded in a natural bond of love. We know that in love, an individual prefers other over his own interest. So, according to the Islamic revolutionary, a necessary consequences of the capitalism is the negation of relationship, the negation of traditional relationship. As a capitalistic individual prioritize his own desire over others. Okay, now I want to conclude my discussion. The Islamic revolutionary approach does not advocate, as mentioned in the example, that does not advocate any kind of reform, capitalism. Rather, it seeks to overthrow the system. And that if we want to establish Islam, we need to overthrow the existing capitalist system. Because there is no compatibility between Islam and capitalism, rather there is a competitive between Islamic dominance or hegemony will only be possible when capitalism is completely eliminated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all our presenters for their outstanding contributions today. Now moving to our closing keynote speech, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad to deliver the closing keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Sadaqallahu al-azim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khatman nabiyyin. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to speak at this very august forum today among the intellectuals galaxy, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers and supporters of this very august conference here. I would like to start my discussion about the future of Islamic banking with the verse 130 of Surah Imran. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu la ta'kulu riba ad'afan mudha'afa wattaqullaha la'allakum tuflihun. O believers, do not swallow interest, doubled or redoubled, and be mindful of Allah so that you may attain true success. So this verse highlights the importance of ethical and responsible financial practices in Islam, which is very close to the heart of the Islamic banking. When we navigate the complexities of the global economy, Islamic financial systems offers a beacon of hope, a system that balances economic growth with social justice and environmental stewardship. Islamic banking is not just a niche market, but growing industry with a Muslim population of 1.8 billion across the globe that demands Sharia-compliant financial products which are increasing rapidly. So Islamic finance is not just an alternative, but a complementary system that can contribute to the global financial stability, inclusivity, and economic development. Apart from the discussion that what are the critiques of Islamic social financing regarding the complexity of the financial system, Western countries have raised these questions about the Islamic financial system, that it's the complex financial system and limited product offering and regulatory challenges are there. But these all challenges can be resolved with the help of the education, innovation, and collaboration. These three solutions are very much significant to the solution of these critiques. So addressing these critiques through education, innovation, and collaboration, Islamic social finances can become more competitive, accessible, and beneficial for communities worldwide, not only for the Muslim countries. Sharia-compliant behavior in Islamic banks basically revolves around the principle of Sharia, which also emphasizes the ethical and moral behavior. For this purpose, determinants of Sharia-compliant behavior can be understood through the attitude, the norms, perception of behavioral control, knowledge of Islamic finance, religious commitment, Islamic branding, behavioral intention, and the conformity. And above all, the religious commitment is of much more important, which tells us about the non-religious financing modes like interest-based transactions, speculations, artificial financial instruments, toxic assets, uncertainty in commercial contracts, and gambling. And these all have positive effects from Islamic social financing in the form of profit loss sharing, avoidance of unethical businesses, and upholds societal values in the form of integrity, justice, transparency, and fair play. So directly the benefits, if we talk about the benefits of Islamic social financing, I would like to mention here the 5 major benefits which our society is getting from Islamic social financing. That it discourages debt accumulation, number 1. And number 2, it reduces the risk of financial crisis. And number 3, it supports long-term economic stability in the society. And number 4, it promotes financial inclusion. And last but not the least, it aligns with Islamic values, Islamic work ethics, Islamic teachings, and regarding investment and other ways of life. So importance of human capital is the second important word within this technical theme: Sharia compliance, human capital, and financial products. So the second one was the most important word, human capital. We all know very much positively that human capital for Islamic financing is of much more importance for implementation of all these financial products, financial success, and viability. Human capital is basically the collective knowledge, skill, expertise, and abilities. So, importance of human capital in Islamic finance can be understood from operations in accordance with the Sharia principles and develop innovative products and services. And number 3, the role of Sharia boards as we know that human capital is engaged at the bottom level, middle level, and the top level. And the top level is controlled by the Sharia boards, and Sharia boards basically provide guidance about the Sharia compliance and the Sharia law expertise. So 3 dimensions of human capital, the education, training, and experience are most significant to cope with the challenges of the human capital that are regarding the shortage of the skilled professionals in this field and the measurement of human capital process. So in conclusion, we can say that human capital is critical to the success of Islamic finance. It enables financial institutions to operate in accordance with the Sharia principles, develop innovative products and services, and ensure Sharia compliance. A second part of my comments today is regarding the reflection on the present, which is the main theme of the conference. And if we talk on the reflection on the present, Pakistan is undergoing a paradigm shift nowadays. As we know that legally, the Constitution of Pakistan, Article 38F, provided us the principle of policy regarding the elimination of riba from the social fabric of Pakistan as soon as possible. And it was basically persuasive word. It was not binding on the society to implement. Consequently, the Federal Shariat Court of Pakistan in 2022 decided to eradicate riba by December 31st, 2027 from the banks of Pakistan. And lastly and very closely, the 26th Amendment highlighted and set the deadline for eradication of riba by January 1st, 2028 from the banking sector of Pakistan. So this is a legal paradigm shift in the society of Pakistan. We have realignment toward the Sharia compliance financing. The Mizan Bank has taken the lead in this regard and set the trend for other societies, and SBL is also following the same footprints. The growth and sustainable profitability was the ample testimony. The growth and sustainable profitability of Mizan Bank, I'm talking, is the ample testimony of the fact that Islamic social financing has a brilliant future in Pakistan as well as Muslim countries across the globe. So I would like to move toward the concluding remarks. That is the third part of my this session, that is strategic insights for the future. Islamic financial platforms provide online services as well. First one is the Islamic fintech platforms, and Islamic fintech platforms involve online services, AI-powered credit assessment, mobile banking platforms, and integrated financial literacy programs. And there are multiple examples of fintech programs in the world regarding Athys, Yielders, Wafra, and Pay Halal are the major examples across the globe. Second one is the prospects of riba-free Pakistan. So by 2028, riba-free economy would be achieved. Although it's an ambitious goal, but the growth and success of Islamic banks like Mizan and HBL have taken certain steps in the right direction. So we can safely say that we are moving in the right direction, although it's a challenging goal. Significant challenges in Pakistan transition we are facing. To overcome these challenges, Sukuk can be introduced, Islamic Sukuks, Islamic Development Bank can be approached for Islamic financing, and Islamic finance markets can be approached, which can develop Islamic financing markets, Islamic money markets, Islamic capital markets, and Islamic insurance markets. By exploring the alternative financing options, last but not the least, I would like to recommend that investment in human capital is much more important, which is urged to the financial institutions to invest in the human capital, reorganizing the importance in driving human organizational success and financial performance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for concluding the session with your valuable insights. Now, as per the time constraints, we are moving towards the ending remarks by session chair. So I will hand over the session to Professor Dr. Tosif Azad to give his concluding remarks on today's session.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mashallah, our presenters, they presented a very really knowledgeable point, giving us knowledgeable points and a very good discussion. So it is difficult for me to comment on any paper, but two papers, the first paper from Brother Hussain and the second brother, Dr. Khawer, really they presented the situation and their past, their future, their present, about their Islamic banking. And we have to learn each other, not only Iran and Pakistan, but from the Malaysia, from other countries, Saudi Arabia, we have to learn. This other paper which is presented by Brother Ibrahim, so it is really is a new knowledge for me from the federal government Nigerian scoop. So inshallah, one day will come when we all will follow them. The paper presented by Dr. Bhatti was very difficult for me to understand because it is full of models and empirical estimation. But the one key point is that Islamic mutual funds are really performing well than the conventional mutual funds. But again, so what he said that the COVID is a bit. I want to remind myself. In 1979, first I met with Brother Ishaq Bhatti, and at that time he was a student of statistics in Zakaria University, Multan. And when I saw him, I said, one day will come when he will contribute a lot in that literature. And Alhamdulillah, the day came, as he did that. So, Brother Harul Azreen, again, mashallah, he's my co-author. He's really working hard, and his paper is a marvelous. A country like Brunei, where it is not agriculture-based country, and he presented a very beautiful model about Salam and subsidy, and then his comparison that Salam is better than the subsidy. So, Alhamdulillah. Later on. So, I know the professor, Vice Chancellor, is here, and yesterday also he said, hurry up. So I'm not taking too much time. Congratulations to all of them, Brother Ishaq, Dr. Khabar Shadad, Brother Hussain, Brother Ibrahim, and I'm not saying brother, I'm always saying son. Azreen is my son, so Azreen. So it is good for me, good for them. We are here. This is the turn of Professor Vardi Vice Chancellor to distribute the certificates and the shields, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging remarks. Now it's a time for shield distribution, and I would like to request the worthy Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to present the shields to the presenter in front of the stage. First of all, I would request Dr. Abdul Ibrahim from Nasarwa State University to please receive the shield from the worthy Vice Chancellor. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azreen, University Brunei Darussalam, please receive your shield from the worthy Vice Chancellor. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti from University Brunei Darussalam. Sir, please move forward. Dr. Hussain Maismi, sir, please receive your shield. Dr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad Sir, please move forward. Professor Dr. Tosif Azid, sir, please receive your shield from the worthy Vice Chancellor. And at last, as a session coordinator, it's an honor for me to receive the shield of session coordinator. This event success. I would like to request all the guests and participants to move to the front of the main marquee for refreshment.
Been here 10 minutes before the time, and the audience are still not sitting on their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start our panel. Exciting panel of the day. We got 6 panelists. 2 minutes each. Introduce yourselves. Dr. Marjana and all my respectable and honorable and extreme expert in their areas. Please cover up 3 things. Your name and affiliation, your area of expertise, what future you can see in this industry. I begin with honorable future expert of our finance industry, Dr. Marjana Muhammad. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, you had a breakfast. Give a
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Ishaq. I'm Marjan binti Muhammad. I'm currently the Deputy President of INCF University, Deputy President of Research, INCF University. My background is in fiqh and usul fiqh, and currently I'm also sitting as a Sharia board member of Bank Negara Malaysia as well as Securities Commission Malaysia. My expectation or my vision for the Islamic finance is to be the main finance instead of the conventional finance. Particularly in Malaysia, we would like to, if Pakistan will introduce the whole full-fledged Islamic finance by 2028, I would like to do so in Malaysia, and hopefully that vision can be visualized and can be translated soon, inshallah. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marjana. Those audience who are standing in the hallway, particularly 3 ladies have been talking for hours. Can you clear up your ways? Sit down, please. I'm very sorry for that. Our next speaker is Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Dr. Bilal Rafaqat. Right now, I'm working as Area Director and Head of Corporate Sales in Pak Qatar Family Takaful. Fundamentally, Takaful, as most of us we know, is an Islamic way of risk mitigation. I feel really very much honored to say that although in banking sector we do say this is conventional banking and Islamic banking, while at least in Pakistan, once we say it's Takaful, everyone knows that it's a Sharia compliant system. So I'm the part of that system since 2008, and my main focus and goal is the inclusivity of all the population in any country, especially if we see about Pakistan. Most of the focus is on the wealthy person, wealthy customers, and the corporate clients. And that's the reason that Islamic financial institutions, they can't reach to the masses, and the poor person, the underprivileged person, the needy persons there in the market. And our focus must be there to reach them, to provide them the products. The same way the products are designed the way we have been focusing for years and years and decades. We just focus on the wealthy customers because they give profitability and they are the low risk persons. But once we reach to the person, the needy, the poorer one, the underprivileged community, that's the fear which most of the Islamic financial institutions they have been facing. We are really feel proud to say that in Pakistan we have persons like Dr. Amjad Saqib here who tried to reach there in the masses, and mashallah he's the success story to the poor person, the needy persons. And this is the main motto of this special session, that how to reach to the underprivileged and all the layers of this society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bilal Rafaqat sir. You did a great job explaining. Our next speaker is from Iran. Please take 2 to 3 minutes to introduce yourself, Dr. Hussain, the worthy Dr. Hussain.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Isaac Bati. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for conducting this conference. Actually, I am Hussain Meisami, PhD in Economics and Director of Islamic Banking Department, Central Bank of Iran, also Secretariat and Spokesman of Iran Sharia Council of Central Bank. I believe that the future of Islamic banking industry would be very clear and understandable. It is going in a smooth path. There are some challenges, but also opportunities. About the Islamic banking in Iran, as you know, our system is completely different from actually dual banking system. All the banks are supposed to be work in compliance with Sharia. We have a basic law, Riba Free Banking Act 1983, and at the time we have 30 full-fledged Islamic banks in Iran, which are all banks of the country, with almost 200,000 Islamic branches. It is a very big system, and it is a bit actually tough job for us in the central bank to do actually compliance and things like that to manage this system. The good news is that in recent year, the new Central Banking Act of Iran has been passed in the parliament, and this new law has many things regarding Islamic banking and the role of Sharia Council has been emphasized, and there are some important issues regarding this new law that inshallah I will talk in the closing remarks, if possible, about the details of this new law and how this new law will influence the Islamic banking system in Iran. Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Hussain, what's your vision in Iran? Vision of Islamic finance, future vision?
I believe that with this new law, in future, inshallah, there might be some positive changes. especially regarding Sharia compliance, which is the topic of this panel discussion. Uh, an important problem, actually, Doctor, we have in Iran is that our main focus in the central bank in 4 decades was mostly on regulation, to write seculars, to write actually different regulations, but we put much less attention towards Sharia compliance. At the time of speaking, by making use of the new law, we at the Central Bank of Iran are focusing on Sharia compliance, and we are doing this by making use of Sharia advisors. Actually, we have one high-level Sharia council at the central bank, but at each bank, at our 30 bank, we don't have Sharia council. We have one person as Sharia advisor, right? So we have one Sharia council at central bank and 30 people who are working as our Sharia actually supervisor and advisor in each bank. They are working under the Secretariat of Sharia Council, which I am the head of that. Dr. Rasul Khansari, who is here at this conference, is one of our best actually Sharia supervisor at Karafarin Bank, and there are 29 other people. Our system is a bit different from other countries, but I believe that it is the best thing we can come up, considering that our system is countrywide Islamic banking system, not a dual banking system. And the last, and not the least, is that we are using Islamic sukuk and Islamic techniques for monetary policy. For example, last year we have started Sharia compliant repo repurchase agreement in the Central Bank of Iran. This is one important instrument. I believe it is innovative. And another sukuk al-wadi'a or wadi'a-based sukuk for monetary policy. It is also new in our system. It has been used in the previous year for open market operation, and we are obliged to come up with new ways for central banking, because I told you we have no room or no way for conducting conventional central banking.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I request our friend Muhammad Asad Ali from Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan to introduce yourself, your role, and how your Exchange Commission is working for the development of human capital in your office. Please.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So as you speak, my name is Muhammad Asad Ali, and I am currently representing the Islamic Finance Department of SCCP, where the core vision of our SCCP is, as you know, that we are the apex regulator of the non-banking financial sector of Pakistan. There are 2 financial systems in Pakistan. One is banking, and State Bank of Pakistan regulate that sector, and the other whole financial system is regulated by the SCCP, which includes the capital market institutions like PSX and CDC and CCPL, and it also includes insurance sector. It also includes non-banking financial sectors, which involves mutual funds, private funds, venture capital, digital lending, housing finance companies, leasing companies. So that is the vast mandate that we have to regulate. And of course, as the drive of Islamic finance, as a drive to convert the whole system into Islamic finance is going on. So we are also working to enable Islamic finance in each sector that we regulate. And our vision is that before the deadline comes, that is the December 2027, we want to enable Islamic finance in each regulated sector. And to do so, SCCP has recently issued a strategic action plan for 2024-2026, where we initially want to regulate, we initially want to enable Islamic finance in these sectors before we go to the conversion. So that is a brief introduction and the vision that we are pursuing.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair. May I request our respectable Usama Ehsan Saab to please introduce yourself, your work role in your institutions. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah. So as you mentioned, my name is Osama Hassan. Currently, I'm affiliated with Bank Al Falah Islamic as their Sharia board member. And I also serve as a Sharia advisor in multiple other organizations which are regulated by the SECP. My core expertise is in Sharia and Fiqh. I hold Shahadatul Alamiya, which is also known as Masters in Islamic Finance. And I've also done a 3-year specialization in Fiqh and Ifta, which is commonly known as a Mufti course generally amongst the public. And after that, I've been working in the banking and financial sector for the past almost a decade. You asked, and apart from these professional commitments, I have a passion of teaching. So I fulfill that passion by teaching in different. I teach some fiqh courses in a seminary, and other than that, I deliver trainings at Nibaf, at IBA SEEF, IM Sciences SEEF, and other such universities in Islamabad and in Pakistan. For the future, I think what's important is that we need to work on capacity building, and I feel that we need to work on a complete ecosystem of Islamic finance, Islamic financial tools, and Islamic economic system, and not just the Islamization of Islamic banks or just the Islamization of banks. Rather, we need to work on a complete system, and I hope to play my part in this, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Osama Hassan. I'm sorry. This is the time for our lifetime award winner, achiever, Professor Dr. Aisha Muniza, my wonderful colleague from INSEP. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Prof. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to be in this wonderful panel discussion. As for my introduction, my name is Aisha Muniza. I'm originally from the Maldives, but currently I work as a professor and associate dean at INSAF University, Malaysia. My specialization is basically connected with law and governance. Most of my research focus nowadays is on fintech, sustainable finance, as well as how to find gaps between law and Sharia, meaning more on law harmonization as well. So as for the vision for the global Islamic finance industry, I would say that the panelists have said so many things which I want to say as well. In general, what I want to achieve is to see a riba-free economies in the whole world at a global context. But having said that, I know that it's a very difficult task. There are a lot of people who have worked before us achieving the same goal, but we haven't achieved it fully or even half what we want to achieve. Therefore, what I believe is that we need to focus on different areas to achieve these main objectives. For example, we need to come up with Islamic monetary policies. We need to come up with Islamic fiscal policies. And when we talk about institutionalization of Islamic finance, we see a lot of Islamic financial institutions emerging in different parts of the world today. But what about the quality of the products which they are offering? Are we satisfied with that? When we talk about Islamic finance, do we want Islamic finance only to be Islamic commercial finance? Don't we want it to be converged with Islamic social finance by default? So meaning that in future, when a person says, I'm going for to get some service or product from an Islamic financial institution, automatically by default, that institution should cover both commercial financial products as well as social financial products. If not, we are not achieving the maqasid sharia that we want to achieve. At the same time, instead of focusing only on the products we are offering or services we are offering to the public, time has come for us to think about human governance as well. Today, when we talk about the constraints we face in Islamic finance industry, we can give a list of like 100 constraints we face depending on the jurisdiction we are talking about. But what is the real reason why we face such challenges? I would say it is because of the mindset in applying the corporate governance principles within Islamic financial institutions? Do we ever focus on having Islamic leadership or a maqasidu sharia oriented leadership for Islamic financial institutions? Not really. We say that as long as they know the financial aspect, legal aspect, and know how to manage a company, they are competent to be at the top of Islamic financial institutions. But for me, that's not enough. Time has come, we need to talk about the type of competencies we need to have not only in the Sharia committee, but also in the boards of Islamic financial institutions. They should know both Islamic as well as conventional concepts and how it works. Profit maximization is not the ultimate goal we want to achieve. But today, instead of sustainability, I mean, we have all these buzzwords there, but when it comes to board decisions, unfortunately, still we talk about profit more than the impact. Therefore, I believe that the KPIs of the board of directors should not only be based on the profitability, but time has come for us to change it. We need to say that if you have quality products offered in an institution, if you have achieved certain sustainability goals, then only we can say that we are a full-fledged Islamic financial institution. And at micro level, there are also certain things we can do for financial inclusion purposes. We shouldn't wait until Islamic financial institutions come and say, look, we want to offer this. Right now, the mindset is Islamic financial institutions should do everything, but it shouldn't be the case. For example, a simple product that we can leverage now, like the carbon exchanges we have all over the world to achieve sustainability, is from the social aspect, we can have a community credit exchange. Community credit exchange here means that there are certain community credits each and every company, for example, needs to earn. If they cannot give certain hours, they can buy this credit from these exchanges and ensure that people who want to implement these things good, like NGOs, can do so as well. So I believe that we need to be more innovative. We need to have more risk-sharing products. We need to ensure that everybody has a role in Islamic finance rather than excluding certain segment of the population because they are incapable of satisfying certain criteria that we see they should satisfy in the conventional financial sphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the intellectual capability of our Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Professor Aisha. See the way he speaks, well deserved. Please give him a big hand for her ideas and implementation. While she's there, I will ask her, please spend 1 more minute. INSEF contributed a lot into human capital generation. A lot of Pakistani graduated. Among them is Mughis Shaukat is one of them as well. And I would like to see what the vision, 1 minute, what vision of future INSEF is allocating to create new generation of human capital according to your wide vision. Please.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think our vision is now not only to create those who can be intellectuals who can only contribute in research. We want to have students who are able to translate into action what they have learned in the classroom itself. So therefore, even our teaching style has been changed. For our face-to-face students who are doing masters, we have introduced a subject called action-based learning. So basically, it means that we are trying to train them as mini consultants while they are in the university. They have to deal with real issues from the industry. They have to work with industry experts or with a company who has brought them an issue to resolve, so that at least they will not be graded by the professors. They will be graded by the industry experts as well. Using this opportunity, the students know what they are lacking in terms of soft skills, and they are able to contribute to the industry while they are at the university as well. So I believe that when it comes to INSAF University, we want to ensure that we cater for the global Islamic finance market to produce the talent pool required in such a way that not only they are good at theory, but when it comes to practical issues, they are able to provide practical solutions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's a wonderful idea. This is the philosophy of Minhaj University, Lahore as well. As you can see, you hear on the opening session of Board of the Deputy Governor, Board of Governor, Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, similar ideas. We look forward working together with INSAF in future as well. And when I'm with INSAF, INSAF has another part called ISRA. Next to me is ISRA's leader, and in this tent, among us, the future leader of ISRA is here, to whom I call Future of Islamic Finance. So I would like to invite Dr. Marjan to see what future of human capital role is your institute can play.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, complementing what Prof. Ainsha mentioned just now, because ISRA is part of INSAF University, but our focus is very much on research. And then with regards to research and how we develop talent in Islamic finance is that we focus on the Sharia, on the applied Sharia. So inshallah, we will be introducing a new academic program, applied Sharia in Islamic economics and finance, where the mission is to breed new Sharia scholars. Yesterday we discussed in our panel discussion, and even Prof. Mohiuddin Qadri mentioned about deficit of Sharia scholars. So this is one of the objectives of this program, to make sure that we set from the beginning the talent pool needed by the industry. So I would like to call upon collaboration between Malaysia and Pakistan, in particular INSAF University and ISRA Institute, for us to embark on this journey together.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That is a wonderful statement. We look forward to working together actively. My next question is to Dr. Bilal sir. What active role your association is playing in accommodating a graduate of our universities in Islamic finance?
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for letting me answer this question. Right now, we have more than 200 branches across Pakistan, and we definitely prefer those students graduated from institutes where they already know something about the Islamic finance, how it works, because our core products are basically linked with financial system, the Islamic way. Once we already got these education institutions trained persons, then it's much easier to launch them in the market, so that would be much easier for them to sell those products in the market. One thing which we really need to look for, that especially we need support from the regulator as well, that the tax incentives must be given to those institutions, especially all the Islamic financial institutions who would like to go to reach masses, because in mainframe there are more profits, less risks, but once we reach masses, the chances of losing profit are there, the risks are higher. So we need support from the regulators, that once they would support and give certain incentives, that the Islamic financial institutions, those reach there in peripheries. Right now, in Pakistan, only 21% of population is under banking system, while in our neighbors in India it is around 78%, even in Bangladesh is around 52%. And once we reach there to the masses with the help of digitalization, artificial intelligence, blockchain system, through mobile banking, then the risks are higher. So once the regulators would give the incentive to all the IFIs, once that if and that especially in terms of tax incentives and the tax subsidies, so that would help us to increase the inclusivity in this population about the banking and financial Islamic system, especially the Islamic ones.
Oh, thank you, Bilal Saab. This is a wonderful idea. May I request from Security Exchange Commission, Mr. Asad Ali, what is your new hiring policy for human capital in Islamic finance? Because you are a director of policy center.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. The new policy is very clear that the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan has a very detailed hiring process which is notified by our policy board, and in that policy we have clearly covered that certain percentage of graduates we will be looking forward who have completed their degrees in Islamic finance. So we are very clear, and recently we have I am one of the example. I did my MS in Islamic Banking and Finance from IB, and they hired me. So SECP is actively looking for those graduates who have completed their degrees in Islamic Banking and Finance, and especially they give preference to them. In recently, we have a batch hiring last year, and around 5 to 10% graduates were from the Islamic Finance Department. So we have a clear policy. We really understand that if we really want to regulate this industry, on the SCCP side, we should also do the capacity building of our staff, and the same goes with the hiring process.
Thank you very much, Asad Saab.
Thank you.
Our respectable Mufti Usama Ehsan Saab. So my question to you is, sir, as a Sharia board member, how do you address the criticism on Islamic finance, and how you concentrate on graduates of Islamic finance, how good they are for your Sharia board membership? What improvements are you want to see in them?
Thank you. So I think the answer to this question lies in understanding Islamic finance 2.0. We've been living in a generation of Islamic finance 1.0, which was about, as yesterday Dr. Farooq here, he was mentioning that 20 years ago we would speak about the Islamization of the literature. Then we spoke about the Islamization of the institutions, and now alhamdulillah we're speaking about the Islamization of the whole economy. So first it's Pakistan, and inshallah we hope that next it will be Malaysia, next it will be some other country. So it's a process of progression. Slowly we're moving towards towards our goals. Definitely we're moving towards those goals. So I believe that Islamic banks are just one part of the whole Islamic economic system. And we cannot expect just the Islamic banks to provide all the solutions of a complete Islamic economic systems. Unless and until we have revived the institution of Waqf. So many people have been speaking about Waqf just before this in the technical session. Someone was talking about Waqf. Unless we have revived, and Dr. Tahir Mansouri was mentioning that it has been said that in the Ottoman Empire, a person would be born in Waqf, he would be fed through Waqf, he would be educated through Waqf, get married through Waqf, and even die on Waqf. So this tells us how important this institution was, but we don't see it anywhere. We don't see the institution of sadaqat being used properly, an institution of zakat being utilized properly, the institution of ushur being utilized properly. So until we have revived all of these institutions the same way we are working on banks, until then we cannot, and it might be a controversial opinion, but I think we cannot expect banks to do better. When there is a complete ecosystem which complements banks in their products, then I think that the banks will by themselves be compelled to provide us with those solutions which are aligned with the Islamic economic systems and the guidelines. And about the second question, there are many capacity building measures. As I mentioned to you, that I myself, I love teaching. That's my passion. And I try at the seminary where I teach, I try to arrange an Islamic finance course for the students every year, so that when they are answering the questions that are posed to them, the Islamic Sharia questions, the Masail, they're able to understand the questions properly and be able to answer them properly. And this is not just in this one institution. Someone informed me yesterday that in Lahore they held a 6-month long course for the seminary students, for the students who are aspiring to become muftis in the future and to answer the queries of the people on finance and other problems of life in the light of Sharia. They were given a training for 6 months on Islamic finance. So there's multiple ventures, there's multiple initiatives like that which are happening through I Am Science's SEEF, I know is doing a lot of work for this. And we are hoping that these are this new breed which will be equipped with the classical traditional education along with the modern financial education. And then when they come into the banks, then they will, of course, provide us with better solutions, more innovative solutions, and new solutions. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Building a bridges between Sharia expert and finance expert. How much do we succeed? In the Western countries, Islamic finance courses are diminishing. The major reason is experts are not graduated from an accredited institutions. In my university, Al-Latoob University, were closed down. In UK, few courses are closed down because our graduates were not getting enough employment. The reason was industry required CFA graduates. CFA graduate with Islamic finance component. I was part of initial member for INSEF long time ago. We were trying to do first part and then link up with Islamic financial institution so that our graduates can be expert in conventional finance as well as Islamic finance, and they can see the different how to build bridges. I'm running out of time. I'm going to give you 1 minute, everybody, how successful we are, because we need to link up with CFA, GAP, Global Association of Risk Management, certified financial analysis with the touch of artificial intelligence and fintech. How successful we are? 1 minute, answer.
Well, I believe with the technology that we have, we should be able to leverage on the technology, because with the advancement of fintech as well as artificial intelligence and blockchain, as we all know, we should be able to leverage on all these technologies on how to advance Islamic finance, particularly in education. So with the artificial intelligence, machine learning, it can reduce the turnaround time in terms of coming up with any decision making. So at ISRA Institute, at INSEF University, we are working on something that will provide a solution to the Islamic finance industry in coming up with AI-driven solutions based on the database, huge database of Sharia resolutions as well as fatwas that we have, as well as the textbooks, the verified textbook, the reference books that are being used in different parts of universities of the world to become the concrete and verified database for this particular...
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fried. Bilal Sahab, how your organization is looking into it? Do you find any graduate which are expert in both Sharia and finance?
Yes, we definitely leverage those graduates who are Sharia qualified, as well as the Islamic financial system institutions, because as I told earlier, that would be much more helpful for us. We don't need to teach them the basics of the kaful system. Once they already know, so they are just there with us, and we could have what is called a plug and play there. So that's very much beneficial.
Thank you, Dr. Bilal Sahab. Dr. Sain. Iran got embargo. CFA is not operating. Global Association Risk is not operating. You cannot publish an article, embargo, Russia and Iran, huge embargo. All my co-authors article rejected when you submit, okay? How you are hoping, how you are coping with this?
Thank you, Brother Sagbati. Actually, you emphasized the main point. Iran is under severe sanctions, historical sanctions from the United States. And because of that, we are managing the monetary system and money market with difficult, actually, situation. The things we have done in the Central Bank of Iran is that we tried our best to do education, public awareness, public education, and things like that. For example, we have created an Islamic banking certificate, domestic one, for our Sharia supervisors. And whoever wants to be a Sharia supervisor should and must get that Sharia Council actually certificate. And it is of more importance for us because our system is 100% Islamic, and actually I told you that we have 200,000 Islamic branches. It is a very tough job to educate the bankers about the Islamic issues. But in future, when Pakistan, inshallah, January 2028, starts to implement the Sharia court resolution, I believe that some challenges would happen just like Iran.
Excellent. Thank you very much
So
for
this
that.
comparison is very important. We can learn from each other, and
Thank you.
we have long-lasting experience.
Thank you. Thank you. Your institutions.
Sir, we are fully aware and we recognize that the young graduates, the fresh graduates, if we will leverage their expertise to learn and to develop the Islamic finance, that it will, as Brother Osama said, that it will be Islamic finance 2.0. So we are fully aware, and for that we have recently in-house developed a Islamic finance capacity and advocacy policy, according to which, under which policy we collaborate with the universities where Islamic finance is taught, and we go there and we guide the student that the role of Islamic finance in non-banking sector, what progress we are making, and what we want them to learn and to contribute for the society once they
Thank
graduate.
you. No, Asad, one more question.
Sir.
You did Islamic banking master from IBA.
Yes.
You haven't done CFA.
No.
You haven't passed any CFA course, isn't it?
Yes.
Any paper. How you handle?
I mean, as far as my job role is concerned, and I have around 8 to 10 years of experience. So I have learned it through during my journey of work experience, and after that I took the academic background to better understand the dynamics.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and students of Islamic finance, this is an attention for you. Asad haven't done any course of CFA. It took 8 to 10 years to learn the process of how to bridge Sharia compliance with a financial tools. But if you enroll yourself for a CFA course, it will be very easy for you to handle the Islamic financial structure. We are having trouble putting our students on the right job. My question to Mufti Saab is, how you are handling these things without CFA expertise, without risk and management, without CAPM model, APT model, all these technical things, how you handle these things?
So, Prof, the thing is that there is no alternative for experience. Whatever theoretical knowledge that you learn in the classroom, once you step into the field, once you actually start working, then the whole scenario changes. Unfortunately, it has some part to do with our education, which is not currently providing us with those scenario-based education, which will help us understand that when we enter the financial world, how we have to deal with it. But the truth is that I learn every day. Every day I'm learning something new. Every day I'm gaining some more experience.
Thank
and
you.
as I move on, that's how
Thank
I
you.
learn.
Learning on the job. When it comes, my last speaker, Deputy Dean of INSEF. Big challenge for you. How you handle things.
Actually, we
Without
have
CFA,
yeah.
I've been told you discontinue the short courses.
No, actually, Prof, we have found a solution for that. So, as you know, we have like MBBS holders, engineers who wants to know about Islamic finance. But do they need to do a full-fledged master's course or a doctorate? Not really. That's why we have introduced lifelong learning concept into our university, whereby we have introduced micro-credential and you can call it a professional certificate courses, so that anybody from any field who want to upskill their knowledge on Islamic finance could enroll. For instance, an accountant who is doing conventional audit, wants to know about Sharia audit. They can online or enroll in our courses or face-to-face take Sharia audit and compliance and get the knowledge they require. And
Thank you.
furthermore, they have additional bonus because they can do credit transfer later onto our master's program. So if anyone is interested, please come and meet us. Thank you.
Oh, this is a wonderful idea. You start with a certificate course and then diploma course and then master course on the job training. Thank you very much.
And Prof, one thing which I want to add is, while the students are doing bachelor's degree, they could even enroll to our micro-credential. They don't have to wait until they finish bachelor's. Thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a wonderful speaker today. The session became big technical in terms of human capital generation and proper employment of our graduates in Islamic banking and finance. Please join me to thank these experts who give us a wonderful ideas and how to improve our curriculum. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Sheikh Hussain, Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab, sir, if you could be in front of the stage. Thank you. I would request Dr. Marjan Mohammed, the Executive Director for ISRA, to kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation. A round of applause, audience. A loud one. Dr. Aisha Munize, ma'am, if you could kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation for your participation in the panel. A round of applause. Louder from the female side. Mr. Muhammad Asad Ali, he is the head of Policy Wing, Islamic Finance Department, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Sir, if you could kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation. A round of applause, audience. We are also presenting him with a shield from Al-Mabakhat. One is from Minhaj University, Lahore. He's getting 2 shields. Thank you, sir, for your contributions. I would now request Mufti Usama Ehsan. He is the member Sharia Board, Bank Al-Falah, Islamic Pakistan. Kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation. Thank you so much for your contributions in the panel and otherwise. I would also request Dr. Bilal Rafakat. He's from Takaful, Pakistan. Sir, if you could kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab, member Sharia Advisory Committee, State Bank of Pakistan, and the founder and chairman Al-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking, Finance in Takaful, Pakistan, to kindly come for his keynote speech.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri and VC Saab. Now it is time for the keynote speech. Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab will deliver his keynote speech.
Al-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking is also our gold sponsor. And we would request Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab for his keynote speech now. Thank you, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة على أهلها. Honorable Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin, delegates, ulama, muftiyan, students, scholars, sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to be here and to speak for a few minutes before it's time for Zohar. Dr. Hussain, I am really thankful to you for giving us an opportunity to speak openly whatever we have in our heart about the Islamic economic system or whatever is going on in the economic system or banking system in Pakistan. First sentence is from Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. Help each other in the good deeds which are in the eyes of Islam, and don't help each other in matters which are not acceptable by Islam. Moving forward and going according to the points I have written. First of all, this is a great opportunity for those who are working in Islamic economic system, whether it is banking, whether it is takaful, or whether it's securities and exchange and other things, to express whatever they want to express. And I feel this 8th conference has opened up the hearts of people in speaking or in pointing out the negativities which are there in the system. Because we are talking about Pakistan, I will request you to kindly present a report, inshallah, in next conference, inshallah, if you are alive, what positive steps have been taken in the banking and economic system of Pakistan. I usually like to speak about the economic system because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, I have been speaking on this in last few years also, that inna dina indallahil Islam. The way of life in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Islam. No other way of life is acceptable. So if we are standing, it has to be Islamic. If we are sitting, it has to be Islamic. If we are sleeping, it has to be Islamic. If we are dressing, it has to be Islamic. Then someone will come out and say, Islam has not given us a special dress. Yes, you're right. Islam has not given us the special dress, but it has given us a dress code. So everything, whether it's a conference, whether it is a marriage, everything in our life has to be Islamic. Next. وَمَنْ يَبْتَغِ غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَنْ يُقْبَلَ مِنْهُ. Because it's a World Islamic Economics and Financial Conference. Had Islamic word not been there, we would not have been here. But as the Islamic word is there, so I need to remind, فَذَكِّرْ إِنَّ الذِّكْرَ تَنْفَعُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Remind, because reminding helps mu'minin in the best possible way. Please, just don't think of Islamic banking. Please, just don't think of Islamic economics. Please, think of the whole lifestyle. It has to be according to Islam. And once we Muslims start practicing Islamic ways, I know my next sentence may be considered a political or controversial sentence, but I will speak out because I have been speaking such things on television for the last 20 years. Brothers and sisters, when you go back home today, open your YouTube and see the faces of those prisoners who were with the Palestinians, their dress, their style of smiling, and see the faces of those Palestinians who were with some other forces, I don't want to take the name, and you will understand that akhlaq of Palestinian brothers and sisters have affected these people who were taken as war criminals. And that is where the tabligh has been done. Look at the world. Now they are speaking of Islam. words have been very strong. Let's take what's the problem. The system is facing problems.
Is there something like pages in the mic?
Maybe हैंड माइक ये वाला ये ले अच्छा छोटी Okay, thank you. Just as a just as a joke, when you say something in the social media about those things which we cannot speak, social media completely stops your social media, and some such thing has happened over here also. So we have to develop our own systems. This is a lesson for us, and inshallah, under the guidance of Shaykh al-Islam, may Allah bless him and may Allah give him more courage to develop our own systems, and may Dr. Hassan and Dr. Hussain and their future generation develop their own systems. Anyhow, not going away from the system, I need to express one thing. मैं तकलीफ तो नहीं छोड़ूंगा, कुछ भी कर ले.
आप इधर बैठ.
Hello, sir. Please, if you could kindly come on this side. Yeah, I don't think this will stop. This will not stop. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Absolutely. Never mind these things. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So, mind it. We need to make our own systems. And these Islamic systems are not new systems. These are the actual systems. Because these systems have been given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Through Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and his Ahl Bayt and his Ashab Kiram. So, let's make people understand that actually these were the systems which were lost in the history, and now we are trying to bring them back as per the needs of the day. Next point which I want to emphasize is that we need to train more than 100,000 bankers by 31st December 2027, midnight, 11:59 minutes and 59 seconds. Are we ready for that? No. Then how to get ready? I'll take few minutes. I don't like to speak very long. But please pay attention to my words. And you can talk later on. The only way is to develop a pressure on the banking system that they become majboor in my language. Because English is not my mother tongue, I have to use Urdu words. That they get forcefully ready for Islamic banking system. Dr. Hussain, my request is, think over. If we had been able to, in answer to Dr. Samar Hasnain's question, no one answered. Dr. Samar Hasnain, I know you are not here, and I really love him because of his ideas for Islamic banking and Islamic economic system. What we need to do? It's very simple if we develop this idea. If we start making people understand that the banking system which is being given now is Islamic. It might have some shortcomings, but it is much, much, much better than any system which is prevailing in the world. Why? Because it is according to the teachings of Quran and Sunnah. So what to do? We have Imam Juma, we have Imam Jamaat, we have mosque, we have madrasas. Every Juma, every Imam Jamaat, Juma starts explaining, please and please stop using the conventional banking and start going towards the riba-free banking. Believe me, people in Pakistan love Islam. They respect ulamas, they respect students, they respect Imam Juma, they respect Khatib. Believe me, we will not be needing to wait till 28 as per the constitutional amendment. Within 1 year, all these banks will be ready to start Islamic banking system. Why? Because when there will be no person going to the so-called conventional system, what will they do? But shortcoming is on my side. I don't blame anyone. I did not go and tell, come on, let's go from here to Minare, Pakistan and ask 500 people, do you know about Islamic banking? हाँ कुछ सुना तो था. This is an insult to the system. Oh, Islamic banking experts and those who are handling the matters. I am responsible. I accept my mistake. But you are also responsible. You can't. One of the speakers spoke very well that we go only after the big chunks. We don't go after these small people. These small people are the people who really affect the society. And if they stop watching a TV channel, the TV channel has to be closed. If they stop using those things which are not supposed to be used, those companies get closed. Why? I'm sorry for the voice which went off. Why we are not ready to create a pressure from the people to move towards Islamic economic system. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, sir. A round of applause, please.
Hello.
Now we have a short presentation, talk by Mr. Murtaza Khokar. He is the Chief Executive for the Rural Community Development Program.
Hello.
I would request Mr. Murtaza Khokar. Sir, idhar hi aaj.
Auz billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to express my gratitude for opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic of Islamic economics and finance. It is an honor to be in the presence of such national, international, distinguished scholars, academia, regulator, and practitioner who are dedicated to advancing the well-being of communities thought, Islamic economics and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, our world has been shaped by globalization, which has brought together diverse economics philosophy. The principle of Islamic economics offer a unique view, the highlight justice, equity, and ethical conduct today. I would like to share my views on this subject and explore the potential for developing a more inclusive and sustainable global economy. First of all, I would like to share about RCDP as the founder, CEO, and Vice Chairman of PMN. I am representing the RCDP. We have started our journey in 1995 with a focus on women empowerment and financial inclusion, a small village of district, Nankana Sahib. Today, our services are reached marginalized communities across the 32 districts of the Punjab with 75 billions PKRs dispersed. Our outstanding loan portfolio is 10 billions in conventional banking and 2 billion in interest-free loan through 1.7 million household, which is evidence of our commitment and financial inclusion. We have 230,000 active borrowers with the 98% of females who are females. Our committed staff work tirelessly to empower these marginalized communities. Due to above diversified sources, RCDP become one of the 3 microfinance companies in the Pakistan. RCDP is providing interest-free loan services in the 5 districts of Punjab, with addition Prime Minister Youth Business Loan Scheme, Gold, Apni Chhat Apna Ghar Loan Scheme. Further, RCDP initiated the Scooty loan and renewable energy loan under the umbrella of Sharia compliance product. These initiatives are just a financial model, but also a moral and ethical commitment to principles that align with the Islamic finance. RCDP believes in inclusive and ethical financial empowerment and activity, exploring the development of Islamic banking product through a partnership with the Research and Development Department of Minhaj University, Lahore. The collaboration with represent a significant step forward in the organization's commitment to ethical and sustainable financial practices. Now, I look at the global experience. The Islamic finance industry has grown remarkably, reaching 10 trillions in the asset globally. We have seen increase of Islamic banks, issuance, and Sharia compliance investment products. At the national pictures, particularly in the Pakistan, we face unique challenges and opportunities. Our country has committed to full Islamic banking transformations, but the journey required more than just regulatory change. We need comprehensive capacity building, public awareness, and the most importantly, a shift in the mindset framed in Islamic finance and just an alternate to view it as complete economic solutions. We must return to our fundamentals with innovation and integration of fintechs. Further education and research must be the bridge. Theory participants gap. Looking ahead strategically, we need to strengthen the regulatory framework for the Islamic financial institutions, focus on financial inclusion and poverty alleviations, build robust risk management framework specifically to Islamic finance institutions. Now, I am concluding my thoughts to success of Islamic economics and finance should be not measured merely to be the size of assets, number of the institution, but it is impact. I express my deeply gratitude to everyone who are contributing to his noble causes. This is my privilege to share my thoughts and experience with you, and I congratulate the effort of Minhaj University Lahore in advancing financial inclusion towards Islamic finance together. We shape a futures, inshallah, that we economically, vibrant and socially responsible. Thank you for your attention. May Allah guide us in our attention to establish truly and equably economic system. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. I take the opportunity to present some shields of appreciation. I would request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to kindly please come in front of the stage. Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri.
Hello.
Sir, if you could kindly come in front of the stage for the presentation of the shields of appreciation.
These shields are basically souvenirs in recognition of the sponsorships provided by the Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance and then the RCDP. They both institutions are the gold sponsors of this conference. So first I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri Saab to please present the shield to Al Sadiq Institute, and Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi Saab, Allama Mazhar Abbas Saab, they will receive the souvenirs on behalf of Al Sadiq Institute. They are the gold sponsors of our conference.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Then next, Mr. Murtaza Khokar Saab, CEO of Rural Community Development Program, RCDP. He'll receive the souvenir on behalf of RCDP. They are also the gold sponsor of this conference.
A round of applause, audience. I would now announce, I would request the guests to be departing first for the food marquee halls, and you should be back, everyone, all audience, our honored guests, our participants, to be back in this hall at 1:30 p.m. after lunch and after lunch and Zohar prayers. So if you could kindly please be back by 1:30. The food committee and the hall management committee will be guiding you towards the food marquees. Please, I would request the participants to make way for the honored guests.
Please join us on the stage, sir. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hussain, Chairman, Academy of Islamic Civilization, Faculty of Social Sciences at University of Technology, Malaysia. Please join us on the stage, sir.
Okay.
Round of applause, dear audience. Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq, he is the chairperson of the School of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Institute of Islamic Economics, International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Professor Dr. Imamuddin, Professor and Director, Center for Islamic Business and Finance, Institute of Business Management, Karachi, Pakistan. Please join us on the stage, sir. May I request another round of applause for our panelists, please? Dr. Abu Sattar, the stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to extend thanks to Minhaj University for arranging such a wonderful conference and giving us all the opportunity to express our thoughts. And appreciation for all participants. The title, the topic of our panel discussion is, and I'm grateful to all the panelists for sparing the time. It is about bridging the theory-practice divide, the role of universities in shaping the future of Islamic economic and finance amidst new advancements. So generally, what happens, theory in our theory, as you wish to pronounce, generally remains ahead of practice. But what I notice in Islamic banking and finance, apparently it seems that practice is far ahead than the theory. Let me quote one example, and then I'll move to my colleagues for their thoughts. We have been discussing, and we are still discussing, the permissibility of the paper currency in Islamic banking and finance. So we were stuck with our arguments to determine if the paper currency can be accommodated in Islamic economics and Islamic banking and finance or not. But what happened during all these advancements that I recently visited China, and we were traveling in their train, bullet train, and a trolley vendor came with different drinks and snacks. So we attempted to purchase snacks, and we wanted to pay through currency. The sales girl said, sorry, no money, WeChat. So she refused to take paper currency. So our practitioners are still our researchers and experts in Islamic economics and finance are still involved to determine that which type of currency is actually permissible or can be accommodated in Islamic economics and finance, and currency has already vanished. It has gone electronic, and probably from 5 years now, in everywhere will be without paper currency notes, means maybe even earlier. So here comes actually the gap, and we have a lot of experts here, and let's see how they look at this theory-practice gap. I will first of all request Dr. Luqman Rumi to express his thoughts, keeping the statement which I present to him, that with the rise of generative AI, how can Islamic finance programs adapt their teaching and research to prepare students for a rapidly evolving technological landscape? Dr. Luqman Rumi from University of Brunei, Dar es Salaam. Please.
Thank you very much for that beautiful question. As rightly mentioned, the university and other higher education institutions have a pivotal role to play in bridging the gap between theory and practice, particularly adopting AI in driving Islamic finance. I would call that Islamic finance-driven AI. That is the future. The first thing we need to understand is that university is set up to teach, to carry out research, and to engage in community development. Once a new technology or disruptive technology emerges, there's always a contestation between denialism and futurism. Most of our scholars, as rightly mentioned by the moderator, they are still discussing things of the 90s, whereas the world has actually advanced. For Islamic finance to really live up to expectation, there's a need to move from denialism to futurism. In fact, the conventional financial system has actually moved from futurism to even post-humanism and transhumanism. So, but we are still in the so-called traditional era. So what is expected is for stakeholders who are teaching Islamic finance to first have a mindset shift to adopt technology. As we speak, people are talking about robo-advisor. People are talking about chat-bold fatwa. People are talking about micro-credentials. You can learn some Islamic finance, knowledge within 16 hours, and you get certificated. So once we appreciate the fact that we need to accept that particular fact, we now move to the level of adoption and integration of these realities into our curriculum. Obviously, I'm not privileged to have access to maybe ChatGPT. I will have instructed us to use a particular prompt to devise a very important template for risk analysis, scenario analysis, sensitivity analysis. In 2 minutes, you are going to generate a result with graph and other things, and as a mufti, you take your decision. So all these are things we really need to dish out to the learning public. I think for now, I want to stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Luqman. And he pointed out very rightly that we have to come out of the denialism and we have to embark on futurism and, maybe post-humanism. Yeah, that's really great. Students के लिए जो नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, मैं ये मुख्तसरन बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि डॉक्टर लुकमान का ये कहना है कि हम डिनाइलिज्म यानी आने वाली जो टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं उनको एडॉप्ट करने से इनकारी ना हो, बल्कि उनको हम एडॉप्ट करें और उन पर महारत हासिल करें, तो इस तरह हम इस्लामिक इकोनॉमिक्स एंड फाइनेंस को सर्व कर सकते हैं. सॉरी पैनलिस्ट, एंड आई विल टेक अ फ्यू मिनट्स टू टॉक इन उर्दू just to help students to grasp the discussion. So now we move on, and we have a next speaker from Iran, Dr. Rasul Khansari. So, Dr. Rasul Khansari, how can universities foster trust and collaboration with the Islamic finance industry, particularly to co-create innovative solutions and training programs? Before Dr. Khansari speak, I would like to, मैं स्टूडेंट्स से ये कहना चाहूँगा, particularly graduate students से, कि वो अपने सवालात ज़रूर लिखें और हम फिर ये question answer session करेंगे, तो उसमें आपके सवालात के जवाबात देंगे. So, Dr. Rasul Khansari, please.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullah, dear brothers and sisters, I would like to extend my gratitude to the conference team and Minhaj University, especially Professor Dr. Qadri. One of the main challenges in Islamic finance with is the gap between theory and practice, academic research and realities, operational realities in the industry. And if as an example, theory is the engine, the practice is the fuel, and without one of them, the other, we won't take anywhere. So I want to add some facts and some points about this issue with some example from my experience in Iranian banking system and in universities in Iran and in practice. As an example, I want to start is a recent study show in Iran about 60% of Sharia-compliant fintech startups struggle not because of the technology, but because there's a lack of connection between academic insights and real-world challenges. For example, understanding consumer behavior and navigating regulatory frameworks. So there's need to bridge this gap. As a joke, not to bridge a gap, but we should make a highway, three-line highway for this connection, and I hope that. I want to add some points about this issue. The first one is collaboration with industry, and it's so important. Collaboration is a concept that should be promoted between universities and industry, and I believe that it should be start from university mostly. University can team up with industry experts to identify real-world problems and craft solutions that address them. The other point is updated curricula. That means developing programs that combine emerging technologies like AI, as my friend said, blockchain and sustainability with traditional Islamic principle is the key. Another point is applied research. We need some applied research, moving beyond theoretical research. And as an advice, in university we should encourage the students to find the problems from the industry. It's so important to find the industry, what industry needs to solve their problems. Another point is encouraging in entrepreneurship, and as one biggest writer, Dr. Nassim Taleb say, you should have one thing to risk, and you should, it's a virtue that you can have an entrepreneurship behavior and have your business, and as a concept you should skin in the game. Another point is creating industry-specific learning modules by designing case studies, simulations, and other learning tools based on real industry challenges. And this, and about this, the professors in university have an important role, and I believe the professors who never engage with the industry are like chefs who have never tasted their own cooking. How can they teach us what works? So they should connect with industry and bring the industry problems to the university. Another point is real-time data integration. That means incorporating real-time financial data and case studies into academic programs. And because my time is short, I can brief some points. Collaborative students projects, it means that you should have some projects for students. And as an experience, I should insist, if I have another time, I can explain more. I tell you in other part. Thank you.
Sorry. So thank you, Dr. Rasul Khansari, and he actually emphasized on industry academia collaboration. But I always wonder, these universities actually give human resource to the industry. But I don't know why our graduates, when join the industry, they forget to come back and coordinate with their teachers to solve their real-world problems. So my piece of advice to the students who are sitting here in this hall, to please come back whenever you have real-world problems. So come back to your university and coordinate and try to find out solutions with the help of your teachers. तो स्टूडेंट्स आपको ये भूलना नहीं है, जब भी आप जाएं, किसी भी जगह जाएं, आप इंडस्ट्री में जाएं, कहीं भी जाएं, तो अगर आपको रियल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम्स कोई सामने आए तो आप वापस आइए अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में और अपने असातिज़ा की मदद से इन मसाइल का हल ढूंढिए. Now we have a next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hassan from Malaysia. So, Dr. Fauzi, please can you help us understand that universities have been criticized for producing theoretical knowledge that lacks practical application. What concrete steps can universities take to ensure their research and teaching align with the dynamic needs of Islamic finance industry? Please.
Sorry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Loman, our good friend. Yeah, you just met yesterday. Thank you very much. Very pleasant to have you.
Our yesterday's photograph is going viral on Facebook.
Oh, mashallah. It's because of you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Distinguished our fellow speakers, panelists, respected audience and organizers, thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for having me for this forum, for this panel discussions, and importantly, to have this sharing ideas, thoughts on the important questions that raised by our chairperson. Before I answer the questions, if I may respond to previous discussions on the technological advancement and the use of technology, etc. Yes, we have all the chat GPT, robo advisors, and etc. But I think the thing that we need to emphasize is the ethical values, the ethical considerations of using those technology. We at my institutions, University of Malaysia, yes, we have established a faculty of artificial intelligence, and this focus is onto the humanitarian aspect, humanities aspect. And in Malaysia, we are now establishing a framework on the ethical framework using using the technology, AI, and etc. I think that is the most important thing you need taking care when using the technology, AI, and etc. Back to your questions on the aligning teaching and research with the dynamic needs of Islamic finance industry. I think most of the answer has been answered by previous panelists. It makes my job easier, I hope. All right. So perhaps I just repeat some of the points, but I would like to emphasize probably the practice, what we have done in our institutions. At least I have two important points, perhaps three, but probably the third one will be next year, inshallah, if the organizer invite me again. All right. The first one is on the strengthening, just mentioned about Dr. Rasul, strengthening the academia industry network, and also the alumni. As you said, it's very important. Our alumni is our ambassador. They are actually in the industry. They have to come back and bring a response how we can improve the curriculum and etc. Like in our institutions, we have industry advisory panel where we invite panels from the industry to improve our curriculum and to ensure that our curriculum is reflected to the industry need. The advisory panel from the industry works at the two different levels. The first one is at the program levels. We invite them to criticize, to give comment to our program, so whatever programs in our faculty. And at the same time, we invite them to improve our cost level, cost delivery, all right? And we also invite them, as mentioned, to have a panel discussions for the master program, for example, during the presentations, the final project presentations. We invite persons from the industry to give comment, to give their ideas and thoughts, how to improve their research, how they can apply findings from the research in the industry. That's what we do, that we can expand, or we can, reduce the gap between industry and academia. And the second thing I would like to emphasize is on the encouraging multidisciplinary and applied research. As we know that Islamic finance itself is a multidisciplinary area, discipline, and we have been doing this for some time, having research from the fake perspective, research from the marketing, behavioral science, and etc. And with the advancements of technology, I think it is very much important to invite our experts from different backgrounds like technology, IT engineer, and etc., so that we can develop more inclusive or more advanced applications for the Islamic banking and finance, like we have seen right now, the Wakaf, FinTech, and etc. All right, so another thing is to have encourage more applied research, to give more practical solution to the industry, and bring the industry to the academia. Like in our institutions, we have a program called Captain of Industry. Right? We bring speakers from the industry to give their thoughts, ideas, and everything. But at the same time, we send our students not only doing a practical, they call it practical course, but we send our student and lecturer to do the attachment in the industry. And then when go back, they share what they have done with the industry and share the solution that they have made with the company or industry. So that, I think, something that we can do. Another thing is that I would share how do we reduce the gap is like in our practice in Malaysia, when you are bidding a research grant, it's a compulsory to you to invite industrial partner to doing your research. All right. So without the concern or agreement with the industry, you are not allowed even to send your proposal. So I think with that, my thoughts, and back to you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the point which Dr. Fauzi mentioned, that bring industry to the academia, and then we have to we have to send the students and our faculty members to connect with this industry. But what about are those students who have actually in the industry and now complaining that we don't find solutions from the academia? Why they don't come back? And Dr. Fauzi said that it's the role of alumni who have to come back home and their universities and bring back their problems and sit with their teachers and find solutions. I think alumni has to play a very important role. So सब बच्चे जो अभी पढ़ रहे हैं इंडस्ट्री में चले जाएं तो फिर आप वापस आएं और अगर वहाँ पे जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं और ये जो गैप एग्जिस्ट करता है उस गैप को फिल करें. Now our next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr from International Islamic University, Islamabad. So Dr. Abu Bakr, please can you help us understand that what policy level changes are needed to incentivize stronger collaboration between Islamic finance, educational institutions, and industry practitioners?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Doctor. And first of all, I would like to thank the team of Minhaj University, Lahore, to providing me opportunity to share my views here in this as a panelist. So this is the big problem with the capitalism, that it try to correct errors which are built in from the beginning of the thing, and they try to correct it from the middle point. So there are some steps. Okay, we in the emergency or the urgent point, we in the short-term way, but for the long-term situation, economics and the finance is just not a transaction. Actually, it belongs to the human behavior. It is the basically human behavior. Capitalism Actually, usually when I teach my students, and I have recently published my book, Muashiat Islam Fikri Bunyad and Amrita Birat, I have devoted the first part on this point, that the capitalism is not just an economic system, it is a religion, separate religion. It has its basic faith, and it has affected humans' every dimension's life. So the capitalism has based upon three main pillars, whole capitalistic and conventional and economic system. One is the religion doesn't matter. God has no right of interference in our economic affairs. Number two, that the profit maximization is objective of life, not just an objective. It is objective of life. Profit maximization at any cost. In Urdu and in the The third point is that economic agent, whether it is a regulatory body, government, or it is a supply side, or the demand side, consumer, producer, all they are selfish. And usually they write this sentence in economic books, micro and the macroeconomics, in the sugar-coated capsule, like the self-interest oriented, a very good sentence, but actually it is the selfishness, nothing. So these three pillars develop a final human behavior, whether he is a Muslim or a non-Muslims. When a society will be built upon these three pillars, do you think that it will become a person who will be God-fearing? No. Kaaba mujhe idhar se khenchta hai, Kalisa mujhe idhar se khenchta hai. So that's why we are at such a staggering point, and we are, as a Muslim nation, we are not moving forward. So over here in Pakistan and in the Muslim nation, we have adopted capitalism as a system, and we have the belief in God. So this is a contradiction between our faith, which says that God does matter in your financial affairs, but the practical capitalistic system, it denies the God, and we need the fruit of the capitalism being a Muslim, so it cannot be possible. So I refer the previous discussion in the last day of Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, and the discussion of Professor Dr. Tahir Mansouri. And also I refer the book Iqtisadi Nizam of Huzur Shaykhul Islam Professor Dr. Tahir Qadri. And he said that we need to make correction from the beginning, and that is the Islamic economic system. Islamic economic system says that God doesn't matter in your every dimension of life. Udkhulu fi silmi kaffa. Kaffa is this. So this is the first point, that God exists in your economic affairs. Number two, that the profit maximization is not objective of life. What is the objective of life? Objective of life is قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. So this is the objective of life. And the third point, economic agent, whether he is supplier, whether he is consumer, whether the government, they are the God-fearing. So this is the Islamic economic system. If we want to true fruits of Islamic financial system, because as Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri in last his discussion, the previous, in his speech, he highlighted this point that finance and the banking is just portion of your economy. The main thing is your economy. So we have to build our Islamic economy. So this is the responsibility of the policy makers, because the question was the doctors that the policy level changes. So at the policy level change, this is the responsibility of the regulators, the government, that they must prepare an education system that must correct our economic education, that they must offer Islamic economics. Because the main thing is the Islamic economics, and at the short term that you can, because we have developed this existing and Islamic financial and the banking system, so we have to make some collaboration between the industry and the academia. But at policy level, it is the duty of government and the regulatory body that they must put their eyes upon the banking system, as in the previous speech, Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. And I appreciate his speech, because the soul of this whole conference is the speech of Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, if it has been implemented in Islamic financial system, and soon, inshallah, and soon, as after the judgment of the Federal Shariat Court and the 26th Amendment, inshallah, we are hopeful that when there will be Islamic economy after the 2028, there will be a question, where are the HR? Then the institution, that my institution, School of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Institute of Islamic Economics, International Islamic University, the MOOL, Minhaj University Lahore, ComSat. So this is the responsibility of these institutions. So they have to prepare a curricula that must be rich in Islamic economic system, which create human behavior that the person who will be a true moment when he is proper measuring, he don't say that, okay, I have to give less mayar. No, he is thinking that
Sir,
Allah Almighty is seeing,
Yeah.
looking. So that's why if we need the true Islamic banking and financial system, then we have to make some correction from the beginning in the economy, and as well as a short-term measures, it is the responsibility of Central Bank of Pakistan, the government, to make collaboration at academia and the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have been asked by the organizers to finish in an allocated time, so my timer is on. Dr. Mahmoudin, I'm sorry. Dr. Abu Bakr mentioned a lot of valid things, but I agree with all of his theses, but I can't really understand that where is the problem of capitalism inhibiting progress of Islamic banking and finance? Because if we consider United Kingdom, the center of capitalism, it is the country which offered Skook being as considered as a good instrument. So in current human society, in this human society, in this era where we live, it is a general principle that if something is suitable and beneficial for human beings, they will embrace that philosophy, that thought, that product. So I think being an antagonist, it will be better to get the benefit from this current maturity of human minds if UK, being a non-Muslim country, can embrace an Islamic product, they will embrace all Islamic banking and economic products if we can exhibit their benefit to the mankind. So we will ask questions from Dr. Abu Bakr in a question and answer session. Now I move on. जी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बेटा डॉक्टर अबू बकर साहब ने ये कहा कि बुनियादी मसला ये है कि हमारी बुनियादें जो हैं लिंक्ड हैं फाइनेंस और इकोनॉमिक्स की कैपिटलिज्म के जो तस्वुरात हैं उनके साथ, तो हमें उससे एक्चुअली निकलना है अगर हम ये चाहते हैं कि हम बना सकें सही इस्लामी एक माशी निज़ाम. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Imamuddin. Professor Dr. Imamuddin, can you please educate us that educational institutions often claim that the industry is not partnering with them to translate research into practical solutions. How can universities and the industry collaborate more effectively to reduce this long-standing blockade? Professor Imamuddin.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the organizer as well for inviting me to be part of this important discussion. The disconnect between universities and industry is a significant issue. Universities feel the industry doesn't engage with their research, while the industry feel academic work is impractical basically. But I think we can bridge this gap effectively with some steps. So, firstly, I think collaboration starts with co-developing research agendas. Universities and industry leaders should plan research together from the beginning. When research priorities are aligned with real-world challenges, the results are far more impactful. Second, we need regular communication channels, advisory boards, joint forums, or even informal meetups, because constant interaction ensure both sides stay informed about each other's evolving needs and ideas. Thirdly, collaborative projects are crucial.
I think co-funded research, innovation labs and pilot studies allow theoretical ideas to be tested and improved in practical settings. Workforce integration is another key step. Internships for students and sabbaticals for faculty to work in business and corporate sector create a valuable exchange of knowledge, and this builds practical skills for students and brings academic insights to the industry. At our Center for Islamic Business and Finance at the Institute of Business Management, we have implemented a knowledge sharing model by working directly with industry professionals to connect applied research and training programs. This approach can inspire other institutions as well. Lastly, we must focus on creating outcomes-oriented partnerships. Academic work should deliver actionable, measurable solutions that the industry can immediately apply. In short, I think collaboration works when universities and industries see themselves as partners with complementary strength. Together, we can create solutions that benefit both academia and industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammadin, and thank you for concluding in limited time. Regular communication, there is absolutely no question that regular communication between academia and industry can bridge this gap. Now is a question-answer session, and I'll be grateful if organizers can take mic to the audience. You can ask questions in both English and Urdu. तो students आप industry और universities के दरमियान जो collaboration है उसके बारे में अगर उर्दू में भी सवाल करना चाहें तो कर सकते हैं. वैसे आप सब माशाल्लाह अंग्रेजी में माहिर हैं और आप अंग्रेजी में भी कर सकते हैं, दोनों को ज़बानों में कर सकते हैं और एक्सपर्ट्स तो खैर. जी, क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन इज नाउ ओपन. जी वो पीछे जाइए, जी खड़े हो जाएं आप.
हेलो
जी, अपना नाम बता दें, इदारा बता दें.
I'm वकास.
जी आवाज आ रही है.
Hello, sir. Hello, I'm Waqas. I'm student of PhD linguistics over here in Minhaj University. I would like to ask a question from the person. I don't remember his name, but he asked a very
1, 2, 3, 4.
Second last.
Second last. Okay.
Yeah. He asked that there are very, very major issues in the basics of the system. Can you identify where is that system and what are those issues? We have got curiosity how to identify them, as we are new generation to the system, so we have to cope all those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you for your question, and I will adjust also the answer.
Yeah, please.
To the question that Dr. Abdul Sattar, Honorable, he highlighted as well in his my speech, that the same system has been implemented into the UK and the Western society, but they are growing. And the same system, if we have adopted and we are going down, what is the difference between the here? So as I mentioned in my discussion, that there must be compatibility between your belief system and your adopted system. If there is a compatibility, then you will move forward. In England and the Western society, when the capitalism said that there will be no interference from your religion and your economic affairs.
Sir, please. Let's address a student's question that where is that system and where is the
Yes,
problem?
yes, I am talking about. So just give me 2 minutes only. So England and the Western society, not just England, the Western society, I'm talking about in general, they have adopted capitalism along with its belief system. They accepted, okay, religion will be no interference in our economic affairs. So that's why everything which has been considered sin in Islamic economic system, that has been considered allowed in Western society, and they have created the products which are prohibited in Christianity as well, but they have a launched industry of supply demand and there. And second way, the selfishness and the self-interest, and you know the whole economic behavior which is there. But here in Pakistan, we are Muslims. We don't want to leave our religion. We want to subtract upon Quran and Sunnah. But we say that we must get the fruits of capitalism. It cannot be happen. Because we have faith upon Allah Almighty, and there is no division in our desire in the Western society. But here, permissible desire, unpermissible desire. In permissible desire, there will be no supply demand. In the permissible desire, there is a supply and demand, but with some restrictions as well. So here, the God-fearing economy. And you know, and we Muslim in this system, there is no compatibility in existing system. Our beliefs say something other. The capitalism adopted system says something other. So we are in stagnant position. So that's why we are not moving forward. And one thing I am leaving a question for all of you, that West is going developing and going to into the progress. For a Muslim, what are the standards of progress? If I see in today's Western progress, they have sent rocket into their upward to the sky. But I see they are very less in the human values. But in 1400 years back, I see the Caliph of Umar, there was no technology. Just he said from sitting in Medina, "Oh Sharia unzur ilal jabal." There was no mobile phone, there was nothing, but the message was reached. And at that time, the people just raised their hand. Allah Almighty listened their prayers and they got accepted. And today, we are saying that He is not listening to us and we are not listening to Him. I don't think so that for a Muslim that God society has been progress. The society, if you want to move forward, I am saying that you must link yourself with your ancestors.
2 minutes have gone.
Just
2 minutes have
just
gone.
one thing add that Iqbal said, "मैं नौमीद हूँ तेरे साकियान सामरी फन से कि बज़्म खावरा में लेके आए सातगी खाली नई बिजलियां कहां उन बादलों के जैब दामन में पुरानी बिजलियों से भी हो जिनकी आस्तीन खाली." So you have to connect it to the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. Thank you.
So, thank you for a very energetic speech, but I can't find Umar for the people of Gaza. Umar radiallahu ta'ala anha is in Jannatul Firdaus. People of Gaza are suffering today in my era. So Umar radiallahu ta'ala anha has the capability to talk to the Syria to the 1,000 miles away. But I can't talk without mobile. So I can talk 1,000 miles away with this mobile invented by the modern knowledge for the convenience of the human beings. So let's not engage in this debate. Let's go to the questions. Please. Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nadia Aruj. I am doing PhD from Minhaj University in Applied Linguistics. My question is, actually I'm not a student of economics, but I have one question which have been actually in my mind for so long. My question is, as you said, that society is moving forward, but we have not yet decided what kind of system we should apply in Pakistan. Let's suppose we have two systems, in Pakistan, we have to pay taxes for every single thing. Like if I am doing a job, a hefty amount is deducted in the name of tax from my pay. If I go to a grocery store, I have to pay everything in the name of a tax. Even if I have to travel on the motorway, I have to pay the money.
Right.
So my question is, on the other hand, we have to give the zakat. That is an obligatory duty for us. So, living in a Pakistan, being a Muslim, what we should do? Either we should follow that tax system, or we should give follow the zakat system. So in that both cases, actually, we, the ordinary human beings, like who are...
I got your question,
yes.
madam. Thank you very
So
much.
please do it. Thank
Who
you.
should answer your question? You didn't, I mean, any of us? Madam, हम में से किसको आपके सवाल का जवाब देना चाहिए?
It all depends on you.
Okay, fine.
Who wants
So the question is, Dr. Fauzi, which kind of system we should adopt generally, the system of zakat or the system with contemporary taxation?
Okay, thank you for letting me answer the questions. Anyway, I have no idea how the system in Pakistan works.
It is almost same as in Malaysia. The toll tax is very high.
But in Malaysia, if you pay zakat, you pay zakat, you are allowed to have like rebate. If you pay zakat, then at the same time you pay.
But
tax.
you still pay a toll tax on your highways.
Yes, that's toll that we use. And also we also to pay the SST or service tax.
Service tax.
So service tax is the tax. I mean, you need to pay because of the good itself.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But the zakat is on your income. And then it's not comparable if you compare sale tax and zakat, because zakat is on income and we have a income tax as well.
I got it. Let me explain further.
So we have rebate if you pay zakat, and then you can get rebate while you paying the tax.
So generally, please do not consider that if you pay zakat, then you should not be paying the taxes to run the government. Please, zakat is specifically for the poor. And in Islamic system, a government is allowed to impose taxes to run the government machinery and other life, right? So this is probably the misconception that if we pay the zakat in Islamic system, if we have in any time in future, if we'll have Islamic government system, we will pay only zakat. No, it's not the case, right? Please, this happens that you have to pay the zakat. It's a right of the poor in our wealth. And then for other projects in the government, you will have to pay the taxes. So, any other question, please? जी, बेटा खड़े हो जाएं आप. इनको दीजिएगा mic. So, one more question from the ladies' side, and then we will come back for the second round. जी, बोले.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tahir Siddiqui. I am from first semester IBF Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance. My question is from all of you that you said we have to implement the economical system and how to and train the people train the students how to implement the Islamic economical system. But
बेटा माइक मुंह के करीब करें. जी.
But if we say about the lower grade that you can say we can say intermediate or
उर्दू में बात कर लो, मैं ट्रांसलेट कर दूंगा. जो उर्दू में बोलो.
जी, इंटरमीडिएट और उससे नीचे जो हम मैट्रिक और उससे बाकी जो हम शुरू में पढ़ाई करके आते हैं, उसमें ये होता है कि हमें ज़्यादातर ऐसा होता है कि सोसाइटी और जो हमारे इर्द गिर्द का असातिज़ा समेत अक्सर ऐसे देखने को मिलता है कि वो ऐसा माइंडसेट बना चुके होते हैं. तो आपके ख्याल में ये आसान होगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे ही आके इसका प्रैक्टिकली इम्प्लीमेंटेशन
कौन सा माइंडसेट बनाते हैं? स्कूल कॉलेजेस में हमने पढ़ा है कि सूद हलाल है.
नहीं.
हाँ,
स्कूल कॉलेजेस में ये नहीं पढ़ा, लेकिन ज्यादातर जो सोसाइटी की जो good habits हैं जो overall.
Okay, fine. Let me phrase your question. He says that we are exposed to the Islamic banking and finance and university education, but we are not exposed to, we don't have any content of Islamic banking and finance in our school education in Pakistan, and he's right. So is it important, Dr. Luqman or Dr. Khansari, if you can comment, that to include Islamic banking and finance education into the schools?
Earlier on, I mentioned that the role of a university is to teach, conduct research, and engage in community service. Once you observe that there is a need, it is the role of the university in conjunction with government to fill that particular need. So there's nothing wrong with universities inculcating or incorporating Islamic finance principles in university education as general courses, irrespective of the field. By 2028, Pakistan is expected to be full-fledged, Islamic finance hub in this particular region. So it is better to make it a general course for everybody to understand what is Islamic finance, what are the objectives, what are the products. So at the end of the day, pragmatically, everybody is educated about Islamic finance. Look at what Prof said. People believe that because we are living in Islamic state, everything should be free. It's not so. We live in a global world. If you don't collect taxes, you don't have enough resources, how do you tackle the issue of hunger, hopelessness, homelessness? Of course, you go back to IMF. One of our professors said it yesterday.
Yeah.
If you create an Islamic state without sustainability, resources, the masses that you want to help will rebel against Islamic state. That is moving from ideal to pragmatism.
Right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I received, brief question, please. One question.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. It's me, Laila Nakwi. I am doing PhD in applied linguistics. First of all, I want to ask about that many universities are basically collaborating with the different banks regarding fees. So of the students with different interests. So my question is this. What are the basic challenges and opportunities for the educational system in the collaboration with the Sharia compliance, you can say finance in the education system? How we can do better for the education of the students? We are very much concerned about this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Imamuddin, if you can kindly. Yeah. Anyhow. So, do you want to ask that how educational institutions can collaborate with Islamic banks and Islamic financial institutions for Sharia compliant financing? If I got your question correctly. So yes, there is always a possibility, and we have this mechanism in every university for financing students and scholarships for the students on Sharia compliance through Sharia compliant instruments. So in almost every university you can find this opportunity. Please connect to your student support center. So we now have a minute each, please, to your concluding thoughts, starting from Dr. Lukman.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to conclude by saying the journey towards advancing Islamic economics and finance is long. Resources are very, very few, and expectations from the people are very, very high. So how do we do that? Of course, we move from the ideal that we read in books to the pragmatic. And that's exactly what Dr. Hussein presented. You can't rubbish existing system. It is a subsisting system. You build the ideal on it through gradualism. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Rasul Khansari, please.
Hello again. I want to add some experiences from my job as a practitioner. In our bank, we have a practical program to inviting universities to introduce their students, talented students, to the bank, and we hold a 6 months boot camp for them, including Islamic finance and Islamic banking issues. and then hire them in the bank, or
Okay.
introduce them to the other banks. As another case, we are working on a platform in the bank to invite, to ask universities to tell them our issues, our problems, and ask them to take and give the solutions and the answers to our problems.
We
It's
do
a
have Islamic,
practical,
yeah, it's the same kind of
mutual
arrangements we have
interaction.
in Pakistan as well in Islamic
Yes.
banks. They do
Yes,
facilitate.
also, we have Islamic a Sharia compliant sandbox. We are working on that in
Yeah.
our central banks and central bank to test the new Islamic banking products, and after that we can issue them
Right.
in practice.
Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you
Fauzi,
again.
please, a minute for concluding remarks.
Is on the okay, all right. So based what I've been discussed about the bridging the gap between industry and academia, yes, just to emphasize what I've been discussed just now, it's important to have industry to academia, but I think academia need to lead the discourse
Okay.
without compromising the philosophical values. And another thing is that I couldn't agree more that we need to deliver message to all level of the society, including schools that we have discussed just now. Okay, I think with that, thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. Dr. Abubakar, please, for a minute.
For academia and industry, focus on the Sharia-based products rather than completely relying on Sharia-compliant products.
Okay.
Then I would like to just say, लौट जा अहद नबवी की तरफ ए रफ्तार जहां फिर मेरी पसमानदगी को इर्तका दरकार है.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Imamuddin, for a minute, please.
In conclusion, I think bridging the gap between universities and industry requires collaboration, communication, and practical initiatives. As I said earlier, by conducting research agendas, fostering regular interaction, and fostering on real-world solution, we can create partnerships that benefit both academia and the industry. So let's work together as true partners to turn ideas into impactful results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, audience. Please, a round of applause for all panelists. And a lot of appreciation for all of you for listening with patience. And thank you very much, Minhaj University, and particularly Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Sahib for providing this opportunity. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi, for such an engaging session. To award the shields to our esteemed panelists, I invite Honorable Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, to the front of the stage. And Professor Dr. Asad Zaman, former Vice Chancellor at Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, Pakistan. We start with Dr. Lukman Raimi. A warm round of applause, everyone. Dr. Rasul Khansari. A round of applause, male side, please. Thank you. Next, Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hussain. Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq. Now, Dr. Imamuddin. Please keep applauding, dear audience. And in the last, our discussion moderator, Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi. A huge round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. I would now request for the audience, our honorable guests, it's time for our keynote speech, and before that, I would like to set up the stage. I would request Dr. Mohammed Skandar Shah to kindly join us on stage. A round of applause, Dr. Skandar Shah. And then I would also like to request Dr. Hussain Maisemi to also join us on stage. Professor Dr. Asad Zaman Sahab, sir, if you could join us on stage. The worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Worthy Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, sir, if you could join us on stage. And the Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, if you could all join us on stage. We have the keynote speech from Dr. Hussain Maisemi, so if you could just join us on the stage. Sir, you have 8 minutes. 8. So we would like to add as much as possible to our closing. Yes, thank you, sir. While we're setting up the stage, you could maybe start your keynote speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين وعلى آله وصحبه المنتجبين. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. This is Dr. Hussain Maisemi from Central Bank of Iran. Actually, first of all, my special thanks will go to Manhaj University for conducting such a prestigious conference and endeavor, and Dr. Professor Al-Ghadri for making all this possible and inviting. Actually, I want to make use of my short time to go over a very important milestone and fundamental change that happened this year in the Iranian banking system. It is exactly related to Islamic banking, and we are going to I call it a new steady state or a new paradigm shift in our system. As you know, 1983, Iran has started doing usury free banking, and in these more than 4 decades of experience, we have got lots of experiences with some actually opportunities and some challenges. But now, at the time of speaking, new Central Bank Act 2025 has been passed in the Iranian parliament, and it is in practice now. And because of that, we are to see some changes in Iranian system in future, inshallah. And I will tell you how this will affect Islamic banking in our country. Actually, the most important issue in this law that I can call it paradigm shift is going from usury free banking toward Islamic banking. The name of the law that was passed in 1983 was Usury Free Banking Law. It was based on the book of Mertir Sadr, Al-Bank Al-Arabawi Fil-Islam, that I'm sure most of you are familiar with that book, and students are suggested to go and read this book, by the way. Actually, we come to this new Central Bank Act, and then this new act, 7 times the word Islamic banking system is emphasized, and the main objective of Iranian Central Bank based on this law is to come up with Islamic banking. So the first important thing that I call it change is going from usury free banking to Islamic banking. Brother, the slide is not changing. Please help me. Okay, solved. These are the chapters of this new law. You see, it starts from responsibility of the central bank, and it goes to objectives, structure, and actually supervisory capacity are much emphasized in this law, and the relation of central bank with government. As you know, I told you before in my previous presentation that in Iran we have no room for conventional banking, and because of that we are doing a tough job in the Central Bank of Iran, and we should conduct all the system in an Islamic manner. We should do monetary policy based on Islamic instruments, and all the system interbank market is also Sharia compliant. We only use Sharia compliant instruments in our interbank market. And for example, for standing facilities or depositing from the banks in the central bank, I mean current account, all of them are based on Islamic techniques. The important part of this new law is Article 18, which is related to Sharia Council, which I am the manager of this part. The Sharia Council conducts all the system, and we supervise all the system. I mean 30 full-fledged Islamic banks that are working in the Iranian system. There are some points about appointment and how the system works actually, and that I want to go over them quickly. We have 5 high-level jurists in our Sharia Council, and the decision is made by these 5 people. Actually, as you know, there are contradictory fatwas between muftis, but in this new, actually Article 18, the problem is solved, and it is indicated that the fatwa that is mandatory for Sharia Council of Central Bank is the fatwa of Supreme Leader, and that help us in different ways. There is deadline for our actually resolutions. For the first time in this law, the word Sharia supervision is recognized. Actually, most of the 4 decades of Islamic, actually usually free banking of Iran, we focused on regulation, right? But in this new law, Sharia supervision is added to the law, and because of that, we have 30 Sharia supervisor under the management of Sharia Council. The focus of this law for Sharia Council is mainly on actually contracts of central banks, and all credit institutions. This is again a drastic change from the previous law we had. At the Usury Free Banking Act, the supervision of Sharia Council and Central Bank was only on banks, right? But at this new law, all the credit institutions, leasings, actually Qarz al-Hassan institutes, that there are many in Iran, more than 6,000 Qarz al-Hassan funds, corporate credit institutions, all of them have come under the supervision of Sharia Council based on new law. About the monetary policy, it is very important to notice. Please go on to the next slide. About the monetary policy, I told you it is mandatory to be done based on Sharia compliant instruments. Now we are using Islamic repo, Sukuk al-Wadi'a for monetary policy, which is, I believe, an initiative act. There are some other related issues to the Islamic banking. Based on the law, the central bank is obliged to consider a strategic plan, right, for enhancing the Islamic banking in the country. It is in the Article 3 of the new law. Actually, members of high-level members of the boards of Central Bank of Iran are supposed, based on the law, to be familiar with Islamic banking. It is a condition. About conflict of interest, Article 60 has many points. For example, when you put your 5 jurists in the Sharia Council, none of them can work in each of the bank. It is because of conflict of interest. It is clear in this new law. And for example, our muftis, which are in the Sharia Council, after they are retired, for 5 years, they cannot work in any credit institution or banks. It is also interesting. It is indicated in Article 60 of the new law. Actually, for me, as director of Secretariat, the same limitation is considered. And there are many restrictions in this chapter, Article 60, which is related to conflict of interest. The last, not the least one, is about transparency and disclosure. The law actually explicitly made it mandatory that all the resolutions of Sharia Council should be published, and details of negotiations. It is mandatory to be published. Actually, at the time, we are publishing that in Persian language, but in future, inshallah, they would be published in English online on the site of Central Bank of Iran. To conclude, I believe that Iran has a long-lasting experience, and I told you that because of sanctions, the international era knows very little about our experience, long-lasting experience. But this new law, which is Iran Central Bank Act 2025, can be considered a new steady state or a new paradigm shift from usury free banking, which is the minimum of Islamic banking, toward the goals of Islamic banking, which can be considered maximum of Islamic banking. I believe that because of time limitation, I cannot tell you more about this new law, but I suggest that all the guys go over the Iran experience, especially because of the resolution of Sharia Court of Pakistan. I believe that from January 2028, actually, you may face some of the challenges that we have already faced, and this collaboration between two countries would be fruitful for both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for being so prompt on the time. Thank you. I would now request Professor Dr. Asad Zaman, a former Vice Chancellor at the Pakistan Institute of Developmental Economics, Pakistan, to kindly come for his keynote speech.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I specifically requested the organizers to give me a time slot in this session because there are many important economists here. Everybody is, most people are familiar with my stance that over the past 20 years I have been a strong critic of conventional Islamic economics because it makes too many compromises with conventional modern economics. But when people asked me what should we do instead, I did not have answer. My slides? Acha, now it's there. Okay. So, Alhamdulillah, over the past few months, I have managed to combine all of these critiques into a coherent theoretical framework based on the methodology of Ibn Khaldun, rejecting all of the developments in modern Western social science as a whole. And so we have an exciting new theoretical foundation on which we can build a theory of Islamic economics. It may seem, especially here with bankers and institutions and any practical, that this is very remote from reality, but this is not true. Actually, the theoretical foundation will provide a lot of strength to all of these initiatives that we are seeing to actually move from a compromise, a minimal Islamic conformity with Islamic law to genuine compliance with the spirit of Islamic law. So this is a step which everybody has realized, and many speakers mentioned it. So that's just in terms of what I want to do. So can we move to the next slide? Or do I have the controls here? Okay. So I'm in process of writing a new textbook on third generation Islamic economics, and there is a web page for this which you can refer to get more details. So to begin with, one thing which is important to understand is that societies are continuously evolving. So we live in a period of continuous change. Means that the idea of equilibrium is false and misleading, and any social theory, any theory which describes a society which tries to assess what are the problems of this society and how we can solve them, this must co-evolve. Just as society is changing, so the social theory must be changing. So then, but Western social science makes the opposite claim. It says that our social science, the word science, says that it's universal. Just like Newton's law applies to the whole universe and at all times, so they say our social science theory applies to all societies at all times. This is ridiculous. Yani it's impossible. It's easy to see that the social theory for the USA, whether it's in economics or politics, will be very different from any social theory for Pakistan, and that will be different from Indonesia and Malaysia. And so there is a puzzle. Why does Western social science make an obviously false claim? It's easy to see. So for that we have to dig into the intellectual history of Europe, and I have done that in other places. But what I would like to say here is that the first generation of Islamic economics was after World War II, when the world was gaining freedom from colonization. At the beginning of 20th century, about 90% of the globe was colonized. And so after the World War I and World War II sapped the powers of the European colonizers, so independence movements everywhere succeeded. But independence movement doesn't depend only on guns. It depends on an ideology. You have to have people are willing to die for something. So the first generation of Islamic economists, Maulana Maududi and many others figures, said that we have our own economic system which is revolutionary and radically superior to the Western system. So this was the premise, this was the idea for which people said that, okay, we'll remove these dictators, colonizers, and we'll bring in our own system. Unfortunately, decades of effort to gain political control did not succeed for reasons that we can explain, but so even when we look at the successful examples, Iran and Afghanistan, you see that the heavy price that was paid for this freedom. And you see also that everywhere along the Islamic world, we are not ready to pay that price. So the idea, that much blood and that much suffering, our people cannot take. So those were exceptions, and we need to find another way. So the second generation, which you can date to the first International Islamic Economics Conference in Mecca, which took place around 75, I think. In that conference, people said that, okay, let's be pragmatic. Revolution is not happening. We're not going to get Islamic economic system by removing capitalism and rebuilding it from scratch. So they said that, okay, let's compromise. Let's take capitalism and change it, modify it. So one formula that was actually written in articles and books is that Islamic economics is equal to capitalism plus zakat minus interest. So not to be taken literally, but the point is that by making modifications to capitalist system, we can arrive at an Islamic system. But over the 30 years that this approach was tried, the second generation, and now 40 years, nothing came of it. As somebody else also said, if you look at all of this effort, all of these particles, there's not a single new idea which is interesting and revolutionary in this whole literature. But it is not that there were not new things. There were many, many new schools of thought which emerged, like environmental, sustainable, welfare, happiness, poverty. In all of these areas, very new developments took place and emerged and became successful and became guides to policy on the global stage. So it's not that changes could not be made. Now, what I would like to say is all of these developments are part of genuine Islamic economics. Islamic economics is revolutionary. It can repair all of these defects in modern economics at the same time. These people, they took one piece of the puzzle and they repaired it and they made a name for themselves. But we missed our opportunity because we did not create a revolutionary Islamic economics. We were interested in just an evolutionary approach. So, to address this, I wrote this book a long time ago, which says that Islamic economics is the polar opposite of capitalist economics. You can't merge the two. It's like ice and fire. You can't put the two together and hope to bring something out. So there is this book in English. It has been translated into Indonesian and in Turkish and in Bangla, and some other translations are underway. But this was written 15 years ago. It's due to come out in Pakistan very soon, within a month, inshallah. So the book explains why why the second generation did not succeed. You cannot, basically capitalism assumes that we rejects God. So then man can only be another kind of an animal. So human society is just like an animal society with survival of the fittest. So they say that the society will be built on greed, competition, individualism, hedonism, the search for pleasure. These are all things which are found in the textbooks of economics. But Islamic society is based on the opposite values. It's based on generosity, cooperation, social responsibility, taking care of each other, and simple lifestyles instead of luxurious and hedonistic lifestyles. So in every way we are opposite. So we can't build Islamic economics on the basis of capitalist foundations. So my forthcoming textbook says that we have to reject the whole methodology of Western social science and rebuild the entire structure of social science from scratch. And for that I propose that we should use a methodology which I have called Ulumul Umran in honor of Ibn Khaldun. And this provides an entirely new approach to methodology, which allows us to rebuild the whole structure of social sciences from scratch. So some of the key ideas which I will mention are that we have to change the framework. Conventional economics is based on micro, which is built on individuals. Our micro will be based on communities. That's the basic unit of analysis. The small unit is community, neighborhood, the masjid-based community and your neighbors, which are so much emphasized. So this concept doesn't exist in Western economics, but this will be our basis. And then again, the Western macroeconomics deals with the nation states. So the nation states are deeply embedded into the capitalist global framework, and that is why decades of effort to capture them has failed, because all of the power of the global capitalism is behind the nation states. So what I propose is we should bypass this and go straight to the Ummah. And there are many concrete proposals on how we can work on uniting the Ummah while bypassing the nation state structures. So these are specific details. So, but basically Islamic micro will build on communities and Islamic macro will deal with the Ummah level. So instead of saying what is the interest of Iran and what is the interest of Pakistan, we will say what is the interest of Ummah and how can Iran and Pakistan work together to increase the welfare of the Ummah as a whole. So, so this is the 3 books, and this is some details about the book. And this is okay, so this is the framework where I ask for changing the, and finally the last next to last slide, I ask for a 3-dimensional approach. You see, the Western economics claims to be positive, but is actually normative. But we say that we need 3 dimensions. We need the normative. What is the ideal society? So this is where the Sharia tells us what the ideal Islamic society looks like. Then we have the positive, which says where do we stand right now? What does the society look like? It's far from ideal, obviously, but we need to understand where we stand. And then we have the transformative. How do we make change? How do we create social change? So all 3 elements are necessary. And it is important, one very important failure in the reform efforts within Islamic world has been that they have spelled out the ideal, but then, so for example, we should get back the Khilafah, we should have the government, we should have Sharia law. So okay, that's fine, that's the goal, but how do we get to the goal? So they have not explained how, they have not made sufficient analysis of where we stand and what is the next step we need to take to move towards the goal. So to give an example, Hajj is farz, and we know that what we should do when we get to the Kaaba. But the question is, if you are in Africa, in Nigeria, when you go for Hajj, you have to figure out how you get out from the capital city of Nigeria. And if you are in Karachi, you have to take different steps. And if you are in Rome, you have to take different kinds of moves. So that's the problem, that the reform effort doesn't consist of describing the ideal society. Just like, you know, if we want to describe how you go for Hajj, you can describe all of the rituals, that how do you make tawaf and all of the other things once you get there. But the question is, how do we start? What is the first step towards there? And so that is something upon which sufficient thought has not been done. And okay, so in the last slide, I just provide a link to a mailing list in which I will keep updating and informed. And so that is all for my talk. And I would like to request permission from the company to leave, because I have an urgent task afterwards, even though the task already has been very interesting, and the whole conference has been, mashallah, very excellent, in the sense that I have been to many Islamic conferences, and basically people are doing second generation Islamic economics. How can we fit Islam into a capitalist framework? So this is actually worse than useless. It's making the backward step. But here, alhamdulillah, most of the talks have been talking about taking the next step. All right, so we are already here. We have created our Islamic banks, and we have created many kinds of takaful and many kinds of institutions, but we all realize that these are not satisfactory. So that is all second generation stuff. Now we need to move to third generation ideas, how to take these imperfect institutions and make them more perfect. Okay, perfection is never possible, but we can move we can move closer towards perfection, and there are many things which can actually be done. And alhamdulillah, Dr. Saab already pointed out many actual, concrete, practical, implementable steps which we can take. And alhamdulillah, progress is already being made on those fronts. So, jazakallah, tabarakallah, subhanallah wa hamdihi, subhanallah al-azim. Bi rahmatika ya rabbi.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you could, we would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri to please come in front of the stage. The Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, the Vice Chancellor also, if you could accompany them. We would like to present a souvenir from Minhaj University, Lahore to Dr. Asad Zaman for his immense contributions and his keynote address. A round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Khurram Shehzad and the Vice Chancellor to kindly join us back on the stage. And it is time for our keynote speech by Dr. Muhammad Iskandar Shah. He is the Associate Professor of Islamic Finance at Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar. Sir, your speech. Thank you.
Can I have my slides? Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. How long do I have? 7 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. First of all, thank you so much for the organizer. Since my talk will be the last one, so let me just take this opportunity to first of all thank Professor Hussain for organizing such an amazing conference, supported with a well-organized team. This is my second year attending. I'm obviously see a lot of progress that been done, even in a short period of time, the quality of presentation, the quality of ideas, and so on and so forth. So congratulations to the organizer. This is a fantastic job. Secondly, it's very hard to speak, especially after Professor Asad Zaman. So he talking about the third generations. So that's exactly my presentation is all about. What exactly that we should do as a third generations. So if you really listen to him, he said, the first generation came up with the idea, the second generation made a big mistakes. So what is exactly the third generation is doing now? I think they're having an identity crisis. And they are confused. All right? They're having an identity crisis and also they are confused. Why I say that? So they are not really sure how exactly to follow. Whether to follow the ideal of Islamic finance or to follow the pragmatic ways of Islamic finance. I think this is the identity crisis that we are facing. Because it's very easy to talk about achieving this whole worldview about social justice, and we are not the only people who are talking about it. Amartya Sen talking about it, and a lot of people are talking about it, but unfortunately, the world that we're living today is actually full of paradox. Let me just give you a simple example about the paradox. America economy is slowing down. Poverty rate is actually keep increasing in America. Inequality is actually growing up. But the stock market is going up. So this is one classic paradox that we are actually witnessing in today's world. For example, people say we got no money, but Bitcoin has reached 100,000 US dollar. So if you notice, the paradox is simply because of the systemic wealth concentration that taking place in today's market. Even in Muslim world, we are full of paradox. We say we got no money, All right? Muslim worlds are not rich. However, the top 10 sovereign wealth fund in the world is actually belong to Muslim world. Qatar, for example, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Saudi, and so on and so forth are so rich. If you are following the news, you probably know that Saudi Arabia have decided to invest $600 billion to support Trump economics. So imagine the biggest investor in America is actually coming from the Muslim world. So this is the facts that we actually have to witness. Unfortunately, the money is not being invested so-called in this ideal scenario of building community or building ummah the way that we wanted. So it's hard for people like us, the third generation, is actually to navigate between this ideal scenario and also the pragmatic scenario. And we have to be honest with it that this is not an easy solution. This is a solution, this is a thought process that really requires all of us to sit down and be optimistic about what exactly that we can do. Okay, I met many of you in many conferences. I think we all can agree in the last 4 to 5 years, the conversation has been circling around about how do we move forward. So it's basically a big challenge. So if you look at my presentation, you can probably see the historical narrative for Islamic finance who wants to challenge capitalism and the theoretical foundations of Islamic finance who actually wants to bring an alternative system and alternative solutions to the modern world. The question that we all ask ourselves is that, do we really need an alternative solution? The answer is yes, because capitalism is failing. Joseph Stiglitz openly admitted that capitalism is failing. So he's coined a new term that called progressive capitalism. So even the own people who design capitalism is acknowledging the fact that capitalism is not able to achieve the objective that he wanted because of the climate change, inequality, poverty, and basically the whatever problems that you want to name it in this world is exactly happening. So to defend capitalism, they are renaming as a progressive capitalism. And we have an option as well. Do we follow them? Or basically, do we come up with an alternative solutions? So a lot of discussion, even including Professor Asad Zaman, which I respect a lot, because he always talk about decolonizing Islamic education, decolonizing Islamic finance, and so on and so forth. So how do we really translate this bigger idea into a pragmatic solutions? I think something that we can do, even at least in our generation, something that can be done by your generation, something can be done by our children, for example. How do we convert this theoretical framework, which building community, which building ummah, into one simple aspects? You know, we were talking about building ummah, or Pakistan and Iran have to collaborate, Qatar and Bahrain has to collaborate. You know, I live in Middle East for the last 4 years. I think I can agree on one thing. The Muslims are very good in not agreeing on anything. All right? There's a famous joke in Qatar, I can say it here in Pakistan because I'm not in Qatar. I can say it. They were talking about building a bridge between Qatar and Bahrain for the last 40 years. All right? If you build the bridge, the journey is only 40 minutes. If you don't build the bridge, the journey will become 5 hours. All right? From economic point of view, the solution is actually very simple. Build the bridge. Because you integrate your economy, the market become bigger, cost mobilization, all the theoretical framework. But they still don't want to build the bridge. All right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that if we cannot even agree on the fact that economically we will be beneficial, how we want to agree on building a macro policy that cut across everyone. All right? And think about the Muslim world. We have 3 generations of Muslim world. Number 1, a problematic Muslim world, a failed state. Then we have a country like Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, a lot of monetary issues, which are trying to adapt, despite the fact that they have outstanding human capital. Then we have countries like Malaysia and Indonesia who can say slowly progressing towards a developed country. Then we have a very rich country like Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia who have huge amount of US dollar liquidity and who don't want US dollar to fail. So how do we bring them together and agree on certain things? So I'm not discounting this ideal worldview, but what I'm trying to say here is that How do we tackle this ideal worldview into a pragmatic solutions? Okay. So this is what I'm suggesting. Okay. Of course, I follow what Professor Hussein, who designed the problem, give the framework, and obviously try to end with some, optimism that solution is actually available. Number one, the students of Islamic finance and even Islamic economics, the younger people that are sitting here, must really believe that Islamic finance is the only solutions. And there should not be an argument about it. There should not be an argument about, let's try progressive capitalism, let's try China model, social capitalism. Let's not really experiment anymore. Let's agree on the basic principle and let's implement. It may not happen in the near future, but eventually it will happen sooner or later. Second solution is that we as an academician must come together and agree on basic curriculum design for the university who's teaching Islamic economics and finance. We must agree. What is the basic principle? How many economic courses we have to teach? How many econometrics courses that we teach? How we should teach it? So that generation that growing up with Islamic economics have a same worldview, that this is actually the only pathway for us to create a better world. People are always pessimistic, but trust me, brothers and sisters, China was so poor not long ago, very poor. There's a famous story about China. They used to basically put some rice, put some sugar, put some salt, always keep it within them, so that if anything happened, they actually have enough food to eat for the next 2 days. That's how poor China was. If you don't believe me, watch Asian game in 1990. There were not many cars on the road, it's only bicycle. But today, if you go to China, they have converted everything. They have built bridge from Macau to Hong Kong and to whatever you want to name it. Because they believe in economic prosperity. But we believe in a lot of disagreement. So time to basically put economic belief as number one and actually try to compromise in the sense that, not compromise in the philosophy and theoretical argument, but try to compromise in terms of pragmatic solution toward achieving our objective. So last but not least, I just want to end with something very positive. And I mentioned this thing in the workshop. There are ways of Islamizing Islamic economics. For me, there are only 4 things. Number one, we have to completely avoid haram activities. So they should not be compromised on what is halal and what is haram. So let's agree on principle that this is what banks can do and this is what banks cannot do. Second, we have to systemically move away from leverage. We need to have more product that systematically reduce the leverage at all levels, consumer, company, government, and so on and so forth. Third, I said we have to remove away from all speculative activities, like, investing in all this bubble and so on that then be created. And last but not least, let's try to modify or change completely how monetary policy works. So if we can do this gradually and systematically move from one step to another step, inshallah, I think eventually we can see the ideal economic scenario. So by ending my presentation, I just want to say this. If Islamic economics and finance are really superior to conventional, that means the outcome has to be superior. So the Muslim world should not be inferior compared to America or China. In fact, we should be better than them. We should actually show better value, better integrity, better characteristics, better knowledge, and better scientific advancement. So with that, inshallah, I'm very optimistic. I see a lot of young people, energy about Islamic finance. So I think it's not all black and doom and everything. I think the future is just around the corner. It's just a matter of time. We will see prosperity in the Muslim world. And we will, inshallah, long enough to live to witness the greatness of what we can achieve as a ummah. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request the Registrar Minhaj University Lahore, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, to kindly introduce the next 2 segments of the closing.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. My first job is right now to introduce Center for Halal Awareness Research and Training. If I could have slides. Thank you. At Minhaj University, Lahore, we have a Center for Halal Awareness Research and Training, which is known as CHART, that has been working globally since 2022 to promote the halal industry. The CHART aims to be leading force in the halal sector in Pakistan specifically, and then globally, with the provision of reliable services. And what are those services could be, or what are our objectives? Our objectives to provide advanced education to enhance expertise in halal awareness and research. And we want to strengthen professional skills by providing awareness sessions on halal and certified training, compliance and best practices. And we want to promote widespread understanding and adoption of halal principles in various sectors and industry. And then we want to achieve advanced halal knowledge through high quality research and publications. The chart is basically providing the following services and functions, such as educational programs, specialized trainings, awareness sessions, research journal and publications. And then we are also providing certified trainings, which include the Halal Lead Auditor, HACCP, all the 3 levels of HACCP, and then ISO certified trainings as well. So these are the awareness sessions that we usually provide to the participants, and continuously. We have also launched an academic journal, which is known as Johar, a Journal of Halal Education and Research. And what is next, basically, that Minhaj University Lahore is the first university in Pakistan that is going to launch Master of Philosophy in Halal Food Safety and Management. You might have heard about the that is INHART in Malaysia. They've been providing the postgraduate diplomas and MPhil degrees to the relevant fields and experts and professionals. The Minhaj University Lahore in Pakistan is the very first one to launch this Master of Philosophy in Halal Food Safety and Management. And Alhamdulillah, we have got the NOC from Higher Education Commission, Islamabad, Pakistan, on launching this one. This is duly approved by HEC Islamabad. That is basically to revolutionize education in food science and halal practices. And this MPhil is being offered by the School of Food Science and Technology and our Center for Halal Research, Awareness and Training. This is about the introduction of chart and MPhil in Halal Food Safety Management. Thank you for this one. And now we'll move towards two remaining sections or very last sections. The next one is to now launch some books. Ms. Samri? Yeah, we're going to launch some books, and afterwards we'll be awarding the best paper. We'll be announcing the best paper award winners. Their names would be there, and after that we'll be having the conference declaration and synthesis. So I would request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad Saab to please come in front of the stage. I would request humbly to Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri Saab for the book launching, and I would also request other keynote speakers to join for the book launching ceremony. There are 4 books are being launched.
Now I would also request Dr. Khurram Shehzad to also join us in front of the stage for the book launchings. We have 4 books that we are launching right now.
Promos.
Yes, if we could, the first book to be launched is Labor Rights, Historic, Legal and Islamic Perspectives by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. If you could please launch the promo for this book.
Provides an in-depth exploration of labor rights through historical, legal and Islamic lens. It traces the evolution of labor from pre-Islamic slavery to modern times, covering the prophetic era, Islamic golden era, Ottoman and Mughal Empire, and the contemporary Muslim world. The book examines labor laws in both Muslim and non-Muslim countries, highlighting the commonalities, differences, and the alignment with Islamic principles. Offering practical recommendation, it is an essential resource for scholars, policymakers, and anyone interested in labor rights and their ethical foundation.
The next book to be launched, thank you, a round of applause. The next book to be launched is Economics of Natural Resources, an Islamic Perspective by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri.
Economics of Natural Resources, an Islamic Perspective by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri offers an in-depth analysis of natural resources management through Islamic principles. The book explores key concepts like Tawheed, unity, Khilafat, and Maqsad-e-Sharia. emphasizing justice, sustainability, and ethical resource use, covering topics like property rights, resource extraction, and Sharia compliance contracts. It provides guidance on managing water, energy, marine, and forestry resources. The book also addresses governance, Islamic finance, and anti-corruption measures supported by the case studies by Muslim majority regions. It bridges Islamic teachings with modern economics, offering actionable strategies on sustainable development and global cooperation.
प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुसैन मोहिउद्दीन कादरी साहब की आज की तीसरी किताब फ़िक़ही क़वायद और जदीद रुझानात की रोशनी में माल और उसके इत्तलाकात।
माल और इसका इतलाक फ़िक़ही क़वायद और जदीद रुझानात की रोशनी में by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri is a groundbreaking Urdu book exploring the concept of mal in the Islamic jurisprudence. It bridges classic principles with modern realities, covering emerging topics like crypto assets, tokenized assets, and digital assets. The book offers valued insights into the ethical and jurisprudential dimension of wealth in today's financial landscape. A vital resource for scholars, practitioners, and students, it sheds light on the evolving and multifactored nature of mal in both traditional and contemporary concept.
आज की चौथी किताब जिसके मुसन्निफ भी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुसैन मोहिउद्दीन कादरी साहब हैं, उसका नाम है मुस्लिम मुश्तरका वक्फ, IMF का इस्लामी मुतबादल और मुस्लिम ममालिक की तरक्की का राज।
IMF का इस्लामी मुतबादल और मुस्लिम ममालिक की तरक्की का राज. A book by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri presents an innovative model to address financial and economic challenges in Islamic nation. Inspired by the Ottoman cash waqf system, it introduces the MCW pool as an ethical collaborative alternative to IMF. The framework emphasizes voluntarily contribution, transparent fund management, and equitable resource allocation to sectors like infrastructure, education, and healthcare, focusing on the economic self-reliance and solidarity. The book offers a transformative vision for achieving financial sovereignty grounding in Islamic ethics and principles.
Now we've come to the end of the conference, and I would like to invite Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, the Registrar Minhaj University, Lahore, to kindly assimilate and synthesize the conference with the conference note. And he will also present the farewell note to all the attendees of the conference.
Still two more sections, Ms. Samri. The upcoming one is the announcement of the Best Paper Awards.
You want to do that first, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, I would request again, and Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to please come in front of the stage to present the Best Paper Awards. So I would start from the third one. So this is the process. I want to share with you all the process that we provide performance to all of the session chairs and moderators, and then they do evaluate before coming to the conference, and even during the presentations, they also evaluate all the papers, and then they give marks to everyone, and then afterwards we calculate those marks based on the weighted average. So the third Best Paper Award for the WIFC 2025 goes to Dr. Fauzi Girfal.
A round of applause, audience. This is an amazing effort.
That is a Sharia-compliant benchmark for profit calculation replacing interest rate. So he would be receiving cash prize as well, and that is the 40,000 rupees, Pakistani 40,000 rupees as the cash prize for the third Best Paper Award. Congratulations to Dr. Fauzi Girfal. Now I would move towards the second Best Paper Award, and that second Best Paper Award goes to Ms. Aisha Sarwat, IIUI Islamabad, and the title of her paper is The Role of Islamic Finance in Enhancing Fiscal Space and Debt Sustainability, Evidence from D8 Countries with a Moderating Role of Institution Quality. A huge round of applause. She will be receiving 60,000 rupees as the cash prize for the Best Paper Award along with the certificate. Right, now the first Best Paper Award that goes to Dr. Muhammad Harul Azreen Haji Basr.
A
So he would receive the first best paper award. I would request him to join. Would also request Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti Saab to join the stage as well. The title of, he's the assistant professor at UBD School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam, and he will receive the first best paper award. The cash prize is rupees 100,000, Pakistani rupees 100,000. The title of his paper is Bay al-Salam as an alternative to agriculture subsidies, a conceptual paper.
Now we would have the conference synthesis, and Dr. Khurram Shahzad will be assimilating the contents of the previous 2 days. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Marine. I usually used to say during the synthesis that I'm really the last speaker of this conference. So bear with me. Right. Alhamdulillah, the conference, this year's conference has been another success, alhamdulillah, and another feather to the cap of Minhaj University, Lahore. The conference featured 4 engaging panel discussions, 18 keynote addresses, and the presentation of 26 selected papers out of around 18 received, which were presented during 6 technical sessions. Additionally, 8 books and 1 international report were launched, making the 2 days of this conference intellectually rich and full of discussion with valuable global dialogue on the future of Islamic economics and finance. During these 2 days, it was emphasized on the gradual changes in the current financial system to make it Islamized with a long-lasting impact. A critical question on the role of Islamic banking sector in shaping the lives of underprivileged communities was also posed. A key highlight of the conference was the keynote address by Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, who provided critical insights into the Islamization of Pakistan's financial system. He emphasized the importance of the Federal Shariat Court's 2022 decision and the 26th Constitutional Amendment in 2024, which mandated the elimination of riba from Pakistan's financial system before 2028. The conference also featured engaging panel discussions that explored key topics such as Islamization of national economies, sustainability in Islamic finance, Sharia compliance beyond products, and then theory and practice synergy. These panel discussions addressed several critical questions, and I won't repeat those. And straight, I would jump towards the declaration of this conference. So the 8th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference presents the Declaration for Future Strategy of Islamic Economics and Finance, affirming our collective commitment to a transformative financial system rooted in Islamic principles. We recognize the significance of the Federal Shariat Court's 22 decision and the recent 26th Constitutional Amendment of 2024, which mandated the elimination of riba from Pakistan's financial system before 2028. This monumental change requires more than just legal amendments. It necessitates the development of Sharia-compliant financial instruments and a comprehensive overhaul of the economy's financial system to ensure equity, fairness, and social welfare. The Islamization of Pakistan's financial system must address not only the prohibition of interest, but also the urgent need for innovative financial products that align with Islamic ethical principles, while also addressing public debt transformation, capacity building, and the socio-economic challenges faced by the nation. In response to these challenges, we propose the establishment of the National Islamic Finance Development Fund. This fund will support the R&D of authorities' Sharia-compliant financial products. For the authentic Sharia-compliant financial products, facilitate the creation of training programs for financial institutions and regulators, and that would foster collaboration between academia and industry to promote innovation in Islamic finance. Additionally, we advocate for collaborative national framework which will unite academia, financial institutions, regulators, and Sharia scholars. This platform will promote inclusive participation, merit-based funding, and industry-academia collaboration to co-develop genuine Islamic financial products that address the real need of society, while ensuring the social impact and financial inclusion that Islamic financial services and also to take care of the human resource needs and capacity building. The AI and digital innovation can enhance financial decision making, improve risk management, and ensure Sharia compliance, all while promoting financial inclusion through digital platforms. Therefore, it is essential that Pakistan's Islamic finance sector need to make it tech savvy to guarantee efficiency, inclusivity, and sustainability in the system. We call upon all stakeholders, policymakers, regulators, financial institutions, and academic bodies to unite in transforming Pakistan's financial system into one that embodies justice, equity, and shared prosperity guided by Islamic principles. The establishment of the NIFDF and CIFDP will serve as the foundation for a sustainable and inclusive Islamic finance ecosystem in Pakistan, positioning the country as a global leader in Islamic economic growth. If you all agree with me in this declaration, if you want to be the part of this declaration, I would request to raise your right hand to endorse this declaration. Thank you very much. So kind of you. So the last part of my assignment is to, some words of gratitude. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors, specifically Al-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, Bank Al-Falah Islamic and Rural Community Development Program. They remain the gold sponsors of this conference. And I'm also thankful to Pak Qatar Takaful as silver sponsor to this conference. My gratitude also goes to our national and international collaborators, including International Islamic University Malaysia, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Brunei Darussalam, University Brunei Darussalam, Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, then AOFI Bahrain, National University of Malaysia, National University of Technology Malaysia, INSEAF University of Malaysia, Islamic Finance Singapore, Islamic Finance News Malaysia, Iranian Association of Islamic Finance, Iran, Federal University of Kashmir, Nigeria, then Pakistani organizations, specifically Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, the National Institute of Banking and Finance, Pakistan, which is NIBAF, then Pakistan Blockchain Institute, our own institutions such as Al-Muakhad Microfinance, then Center of Halal Research and Training, Center for Economic Planning and Development. I also wish to express my gratitude to our international and national speakers, panelists, and session chairs for their invaluable support and contributions in making this conference a really good success. In conclusion, as the convener of this conference, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Almighty Allah for His countless blessings upon us, making us enabled to organize this conference. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to everyone involved in the planning. And without the teamwork, it would not be possible to have such kind of conferences in future and even today. So I want to sincerely thank Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri for his outstanding leadership and mentorship, which are crucial to the success of our university and for each one of us. His inspiring vision continually drives our progress and motivates us to achieve greater heights. Sir, I'm really thankful to you on behalf of all the conference secretariat. Then I'm thankful to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, for his continuous support and supervision of the conference. So let's give a well-deserved round of applause to the students of Minhaj University Lahore. They really played a critical role in organizing this conference and expertly welcoming our foreign guests. Their energy, their dedication as ushers were essential to the success of this event, and their contributions should not go unnoticed. So while I'm unable to announce all names, specifically I would be thankful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan and Ministry of Interior for the visa processes and making our foreign speakers to attend this conference. So now I'm going to count some important names along with their teams. Specifically, I'm begin with the very instrumental name of Professor Dr. Ishaq Bhatti Saab for overall supervision of this conference as the conference co-chair. I'm thankful to Dr. Mughis Shokat as the conference co-chair. I'm also thankful to Dr. Humayun Dar, who we missed a lot in this conference. He couldn't travel to Pakistan because of something happened to him during the airport. He lost some of his documents, so he couldn't travel to us. So next is the Dr. Muhammad Tayyib, who is the co-convener of this conference, and he is also convener of reception and protocol team. His team leaves no efforts to make this conference successful, and they give the very good, warm hospitality to our international speakers. Then there comes Mr. Hasnan Ali, Talha Yassin, and Mr. Asif Nazar from the conference secretariat. They remained very much instrumental in connecting all of us through emails and WhatsApp chats. They were there to remind us about the conference every day and night. So next comes the name of Dr. Bilal Zafar, who is in absentia, performed excellently, is currently in Malaysia, but he performed very well virtually as a convener, as a secretary for the paper review committee. Next is about the logistics. I'm thankful to Major Suleiman Jahangir and Mr. Farhan Javed, who were the convener and co-convener of the Food and Venue Committee, and their teams for providing us this beautiful venue setup and the delicious foods and teas. Next, I'm thankful to Mr. Abdur Rahman, as we are every time, and to his team for making this conference possible with the provision of funds. Then Mr. Kashif Durrani, Dr. Kashif Durrani rather, Mufti Umar Farooq and Dr. Ijaz Aslam. I would appreciate them and their team for visiting different organizations, banks and universities to bring in the registrations to this conference. Then there would be a well-deserved round of applause for Dr. Jawad. He's right there. Dr. Jawad made it possible. He's the convener of the Hall Management and Kit Compilation Committee, and his teams, they played very instrumental role for establishing the discipline in the halls. Then there comes the name of Ms. Samara Maqsood Qadri. She's the Secretary Seekers Club for managing and training the ushers to facilitate the events. Next name is Mr. Shehzad Rasool Saab, Haji Isaaq Saab, Abdul Hafiz Chaudhry Saab. For guest invitations, they are every time very much instrumental, bringing the corporate sector, industrialist and business people to this conference, to every conference. I'm thankful to them as well. Now there comes the name of Mr. Mohsin Siddiq for providing the continuous IT support and his team as well. Then the name is of Mr. Nadeem Chaudhry. I'm thankful to Nadeem Chaudhry Saab, Mr. Tahir Shkil, Hafiz Imran Saab for bringing this conference in the main highlights of the media channels and the print medias. I'm also thankful to Mr. Faraz Alam, Director Advertising and Marketing, and Usman Siddiqui and his team and the team of designers who design these books and the banners and the brochures and everything. So I'm also thankful to Mr. Muhammad Umar, Mr. Shehbaz Tahir, and basically this is the name that I every time miss, Mr. Shehbaz Tahir and Hafiz Umar and Mr. Shokad Abrar from the social media team, and as will return back to our homes, but their duty would remain there to highlight this conference continuously on the social media. I would request you to appreciate them as well. Then the team of Mr. Nurullah Siddiqui from Minhajul Quran International, Mr. Ahsan Irshad, who is the director, Minhaj TV. Minhaj TV is very much instrumental in broadcasting this conference continuously 2 days on the web TV, which is minhaj.tv. So I would appreciate Dr. Rubina Saeed and Dr. Suleiman Amin for producing a wonderful documentary of the university that we watched yesterday in the opening session. I would like to emphasize the significant contributions of Mr. Shahzeb from the Vice Chancellor Office, Mr. Qasim Ali Shah from my own office, Mr. Asif Nazar, Mr. Kashif from my own office. Their hard work and dedication have been essential to our success, and they will remain very much instrumental and support to me during the day and night for the preparation of this conference. At the end, I'm thankful to Ms. Samreen, Ms. Tuba Khanam, and the other session coordinators who performed very well in bringing everything together and connecting us together. So may Allah bless our collaboration and dialogues over these 2 days. Let's strive together to ensure that our efforts lead to meaningful results, benefiting not only the attendees of this conference, but also many others who are not here. See you in the 9th WIEFC 2026, inshallah.
So we would like to recognize and also celebrate our guests, our international and national speakers who are here. And I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. I would request our other... Okay. So I would request Dr. Maurice Shaukat. I think he's been taken ill, so he's not here. But Dr. Maurice Shaukat, then Dr. Mohammed Iskandar Shah, if you could come in front of the stage. We would be doing the photograph first, yes. Dr. Sayyid Marwan Mujahid Sayyid Azman, Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azrin Haji Besar, Mr. Majid Puja Meher, yes. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hassan, Professor Dr. Tasif Azid, Dr. Aisha Muniza, Dr. Rasool Khansari, Dr. Lukman Raimi, Dr. Marjan Muhammad, Dr. Hussain Masami, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti. If you could all come in front of the stage for the group photo. I would request our speaker. I think, sir, they're not here, sir. The female foreign speakers over here, guests even, the foreign guests that we have here, please kindly join us in front of the stage for the group photo. I would request all our international guests and speakers, please kindly join us in front of the stage for the group photo. If the the reception teams and the hall management teams can guide them to the front of the stage, please. Wherever they are in the... Only the international guests, please. We would take this opportunity to also give them some souvenirs from Minhaj University, Lahore. The first one to call is Dr. Mohammed Iskandar Shah. Sir, if you could receive your shield of appreciation from Minhaj University, Lahore. Dr. Sayyid Marwan Mujahid Sayyid Azman, please. Sir, if you could receive your shield of appreciation. Dr. Muhammad Hairul Azim Al... Dr. Sayyid Marwan... Dr. Hairul Azreen Haj Besar, please, if you could join us and receive your shield of appreciation from Minhaj University, Lahore. A round of applause. Dr. Majid Puya Meher, if you could please join us to receive your Shield of Appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for being here. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hassan. If you are here, sir, if you could just. Thank you. Yes, please receive your Shield of Appreciation. Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abu Hassan. A round of applause, audience. Professor Dr. Tausif Azad. Sir, if you could come in front of the stage and receive your Shield of Appreciation. Okay. Dr. Aisha Muniza, she was here, but she has just gone for, yeah. So, Dr. Rasool Khansari, yes. Dr. Luqman Raimi, yes. Dr. Luqman Raimi, sir, kindly receive your Shield of Appreciation. Dr. Marjan Mohammed, Dr. Hussain Maisami, sir, if you could join us to receive your Shield of Appreciation. Thank you so much. And Dr. Muhammad Ishaq Bhatti, sir, if you could come in front of the stage and receive your Shield of Appreciation. We also have Mr. Haq Nawaz Khan. He is the head of country sales, Park Qatar Family Takaful. Sir, if you're here, if you could please kindly join us to receive your Shield of Appreciation. Mr. Haq Nawaz Khan. And we have Mr. Baba, who is manager Bank Al Falah. He is here to receive on behalf of Bank Al Falah. Sir, currently Haq Nawaz Khan Sahib is receiving his Shield of Appreciation from Park Qatar, Takaful. And I would request Mr. Babar to kindly receive his Shield of Appreciation. He's the manager from Bank Al Falah. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you. I would request Professor Dr. Shafaqat Saab to kindly please come in front of the stage for the prayer for the culmination of the conference. Professor Dr. Shafaqat Saab, if we could kindly have you on stage. Thank you.
اللهم صل على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم ربنا تقبل منا جهودنا وسعينا كما تقبلت من الأنبياء والمرسلين. اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا. سهل أمورنا في الدنيا والآخرة. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. وصلى الله تعالى على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.